Good evening and welcome to the 24th meeting of fiscal year 2026 of the Milton Planning Board. At this time, I would like to now call the meeting to order and begin with our begin by actually introducing the board first and our staff. If you'd like to start.
Sure, Cheryl Tagaya, Secretary.
Sean Fahey, member.
Maggie Oldfield, member.
Alan Munger, member.
And Meredith Hall serving as chair. And with us in person, we have our planning director, Liz.
Ms. Manning, Planning Director, thank you.
And on Zoom, do we have Avante, did you say?
I'm not sure I wasn't supposed to let him in. Sorry, guys.
That's all right, we will have our assistant town planner, Avante Grady, joining us shortly. Okay, bring him in. And then there's two sets of meeting minutes while Liz,
There's actually four.
I just saw the 5:11 and 5:28.
There's the 5-6 and the 5-7 also.
I did-
Town meeting ones.
Oh, those were also, I didn't see those in there. Well, okay. If others read those, I'm comfortable approving them. And I know for the 5:11, Maggie wasn't here for that particular meeting. Hal, you were here. And so if I could have,
Can I just mention,
Yeah.
when I was looking at them, I wasn't sure that the number, so the 24th, let's say. So I wanted to come back because May 6th, it says the 18th. And I thought we've met more than these numbers, so I think we just need a few corrections on the numbers of the meeting, so.
I think I caught that too. I think there was a repeat of when we
Yeah.
did
What are the
agenda.
numbers?
So if there's no other changes, I think we could approve them, so,
Subject to reconcile.
yeah.
Reconciling
Mm-hmm.
the
Right.
meeting
Got
number.
it.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, so if I could have a motion to approve the minutes from May 11th.
Did you wanna do this? Oh, you're gonna do that separately?
I'm gonna do each
Okay.
one separately because
Okay.
different people were here.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, and then for 5, let's see, you said 5-7 and
And 6.
5-6 and 5-7. I believe everyone was here for those. If I could have a motion to approve the minutes from May 6th and 7th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And a motion to approve the minutes of 5:28. Sean and Maggie were not here for those, so it would be just the three of us.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Great, so approval of the minutes of 5:28. Thank you, Cheryl. Getting this done. Future meeting dates, and let's just flip here, sorry. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is July 9th. Is that when is the 20th? I'm sorry. I don't think we have any other, I'm trying to pull my calendar up.
No, right, the 9th and 23rd.
The 23rd, okay, that's what I was just double checking that. Yes, so the next regularly scheduled meeting will be for the 9th and the 23rd of July. And now we can go to staff update.
If I may, I had inquired for Carolyn's availability on the 9th, and she is unavailable that evening, and she said would it be possible for the board to meet on July 8th instead? So that would be the night before, would be a Wednesday night. That is if the board feels that they would like to have her available at their next meeting, depending upon different
Yeah, I
matters
guess,
of business and
and
the
depending on
discussion
tonight,
goes
we
to
might
night.
not need for her to attend that meeting, we can wrap up some of the questions that we have.
Okay.
Is she
I'm-
attending by Zoom tonight?
She's joining us around 7:30. I cannot do the 8th, unfortunately.
Okay.
I do have a commitment that evening. But maybe we can TBD.
Absolutely, yep, I just wanted to put it out there in case you guys wanted to grab that night
Yeah.
before we get into
Certainly,
the holiday weekend and whatnot.
because hopefully, yeah, we can have it sort of teed up and ready to submit that week
Yeah, okay.
with her coming tonight.
All right, thank you. So in the interest of brevity and getting out of here while it's still light out, there were a few items in your board packet. The ADU memo, which was a summary of the current applications, just to give you a sense of, sort of where some of those friction points are. 3 of the 8 had the second story staircase. And pretty much every application was missing at least one, if not multiple, of the requirements in terms of the submission. So my suggestion there is to invite Michael White in to chat with us and just kind of have that conversation about the process and that sort of Dover analysis. And it might make sense to also have Carolyn Murray at the meeting as well, potentially, to hopefully finally get to a place where we've got sort of a set of rules and regulations and we're all comfortable with the requirements and
It's a great idea.
what we need to see, so. The folks at the Fruit Center restored,
Can I ask a
oh, sorry,
question on
yes.
Those numbers of the categories of those ADU applications, if we add all 3, is that the number of applications that we have, or are some of them, is there duplicity there? Like,
No, so right now there are, I've looked at 8 that are in permitized. I think a 9th one has just come in. I didn't really have much of a chance to look at that one yet. So 3 of the 8 are the kind of big issue, which is the prohibition on the second floor staircase.
okay.
And then the majority of all of the, I think there might be one that could move forward soon, hopefully. It's similar to 1210 Randolph.
Yeah.
Where it's a single story. There's no issues with any zoning setbacks, the lot size, everything is sort of lines up. I think they have pretty much all of the documentation that we require. It might be a little bit squishy with some of the grading and drainage, but based on the circumstances, if it's a pretty straightforward situation, a flat lot, plenty of room, I think that's sort of where that discretion comes in terms of how much engineering you're gonna be requiring. But the majority of the remainder are missing. They're missing the elevations on the primary structure, the floor plans, the more detailed civil, type of information that you guys were looking for, the utilities, the things like that.
Yep.
So. Okay. All right, so that's that. And the folks at the Fruit Center, very quickly were able to replace that handicapped parking space. That was the issue, was the parking plan that had been submitted was showing an additional handicapped parking space on the corner of Antwerp and Granite. That space was replaced, and I think that was the final requirement on their certificate of occupancy, because they have a temporary certificate right now. So I was gonna go ahead and let the building commissioner know that that's sufficient, sufficiently addresses that.
I had a question on that, because I'm not familiar with the code requirements, Joe, you might know this or help. There's a sign there now, but they haven't stamped the pavement, and typically you have a blue sort of a wheelchair, symbol
Yeah.
on that spot. There is a sign, but it's sort of in the bushes
Mm-hmm.
a little bit. I'm just wondering if they need to do that, a stamp to meet.
I will
the code.
definitely confirm this with Michael White. I think it's the sign actually that might be
It's-
sort
yeah,
of what is the requirement as opposed to the striping on the
'Cause
on the
there's definitely a sign there.
ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but I did notice that the bushes were high, so we could certainly reach back and ask, to have that trimmed back so it's very clear that the sign that it is a handicap space.
Yeah.
I don't know that it would be, how difficult it would be to stamp it with the
And it's not, but I was over there and just happened to notice.
Yeah, I can definitely follow up on that for sure. Okay, so I also included this letter from the Attorney General's office about the Articles 8 and 9 from the fall, which was the protection against light trespass and the traffic impact mitigation articles. So the bottom line is, we suggest that the town discuss requirements in more detail with town council. So to the extent that the traffic impact mitigation applying to the MBTA communities and that sort of the scope of that requirement being broadened, to the extent that the town is it needs to sort of report that to EOHLC, I think that's my understanding. So I would be happy to kind of tee that up with town council, that conversation, maybe that's another thing we could add to our list, running list with Carolyn. So that's that.
So can I just
Yes.
say on that, I think we should be clear with HLC that it's not something just to MBTA communities, right?
It's everything.
It's everything, so we're not singling it out separately. And I think it's important because this is what we felt was a fairly minor change to capture some, at least the business districts and where we have some overlap with MBTA and business. You know, it wasn't anything targeted towards MBTA, right? So, you know, if we can just reiterate that, I think it could be helpful, the intent behind it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It may or may not help.
And can I ask a question? In they said that they approve Article 8, including the enforcement provisions. It says as long as it's not in conflict with state law. And it said the Supreme Court has held that that warrants are required for non-emergency administrative inspections. So what is that? What is a non-emergency administrative inspection? And secondly, what is the recourse of a private property owner if a municipal officer performs a non-emergency without a warrant?
Yeah, excellent questions. You know, I honestly, this is a general bylaw. And these enforcement actions would definitely fall, it's probably somewhat with the short-term rentals, where we're talking about, later we'll be talking about, you know, sort of the roles with the building department and the health department. That's kind of the wheelhouse where it lands. So, I don't know enough about what the definition of a non-emergency administrative inspection, I don't know enough about exactly what falls under that category, so.
So this ruling would not apply to zoning? Does this only apply to a general bylaw and not a zoning bylaw?
A non-emergency administrative inspection is a routine regulatory check of a home or business conducted by a government official such as health, fire, or building inspector to ensure compliance with local codes.
Yeah, so codes,
So
as opposed to the bylaw per se, right?
But
So
I'm in reading this note, it seems like, well, I'm assuming, which council would know better, but if the property owner doesn't let you on, you can't go on without a warrant, right? But if they let you on,
And can they come on if someone complained that their dumpster was overflowing and their permit says your dumpster can't be overflowing?
I think this is a really good topic. I'm not trying to
Yeah, no,
but I think it's an
Yeah.
excellent topic for when we do have Michael.
Okay.
And because, yes, I think I'd love to have a clear understanding. It would educate me as well.
Yeah.
So that was the AG's letter. So we found out this week that the economic feasibility analysis, I think, EFA, for the MBTA communities was approved by
Yay.
HLC. Yes, so that's good news.
So we can move forward with our article then,
Yes.
clean up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, so that's good. What else was the last thing? Oh, I talked about Carolyn Murray on the 7th. So I think that was pretty much all I had for you guys for a staff report. Okay?
You had a Randolph Ave decision in the folder, is that,
It's on the agenda.
Oh, sorry, okay.
I'll explain it later, it was a, well, it was a mistake.
Okay, sorry.
And depending on if Carolyn's here at 7:30 or not, we can maybe move that up on our agenda. But that's great, thank you so much, and now it is item number 3, public comment, citizens speak, if there's anyone online or here in person who would like to join us.
Okay.
Good evening, yes,
Hi.
please, yes.
Hi.
Welcome.
Here's a little handout.
Oh, sure,
This way.
thank you.
And this way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Thomas Doherty, 247 Adams Street and 58 Churchill's Lane. I'm handing out 4 pages regarding the proposed Squantum Street, Adams Street traffic light deployment matter. I addressed each of those, as you'll see in the handout there. I addressed them, the 8 points that are in there, with the planning board on September 22nd, 2025, with the traffic commission December 3rd, 2025, and then again April 15, 2026, and with the select board recently June 9, 2026. The Department of Transportation provided this set of, I'll call it the plan and its elements back in August of 2021. As far as I can see, the 8 points in the listing that I've repeatedly presented, they haven't been addressed yet, and importantly, it would be helpful to keep in mind that it would be really good for there to be a meeting of the residents with members of the planning board, select board, but also Department of Transportation, the DPW, to try to address those issues. And I could go through all of them, but I'll just give you a couple of examples in the 8 that I think you may remember, or some of you have heard it before. For example, they have lots of aspects that they have paid attention to, but they don't at all address or even include how the Center Street, which comes down shortly after you would be turning onto Adams Street and comes down very close to the Squantum Street intersection. That's not addressed at all, and consequently, it's just in my view, an invitation for gridlock, and that needs to be addressed. Another example is that with regard to the fire station, now that the fire station is there, this isn't 2021 anymore, why not consider not even having the traffic light, which has other, new traffic light, which has other concerns, but rather having the fire station have an ability to have its own light if it needs in an emergency to stop traffic, get it to happen, go out, and then let it return to what it was in the first place. I'll stop there, but I think the big issue here is, again and again and again, we're going along without sort of, I don't see, God bless all the work that was just 2 nights ago that was discussed by you all and the select board. So this is one more piece of the puzzle, but it would be helpful to sort of keep in mind the need for that, because I'm concerned that if the town meeting is to have this as a vote this autumn or next spring, forget about it. It would be very difficult for people to get an understanding in time for that. So I'll stop there, but that's where I'm coming from, to ask that somehow people keep in mind the need for these 8 and other people's view as to what else they would consider these 8 elements to be addressed sometime. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I haven't been following this as closely as you. Have there been public meetings recently regarding this project?
No.
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 No, and here's a little point too, you've got the wonderful folks on the select board, for example. John Driscoll came on to the select board November 4th of 2025, so it's after even as last fall. Of course, the two new select board members that were appointed in April, so 3 out of the 5. And one of the select board members, Megan Haggerty, she, because of her day job, might possibly therefore recuse herself. So it's left with, Mr. Daley and, 2025, April, he came on. And at that point, again, none of this had been really developed, so.
And then another question if I may. This is being managed by the DPW, the town, the director of the DPW, is as far as you know?
As far as I know, it's,
Okay.
yeah, exactly, that would be the
It originated under Chase Parkway. So,
I remember when
Yeah.
it started, and I
Yeah.
remember the issues of kind of widening the right
the
of way,
land
et
taking,
cetera,
yeah,
et cetera. And I remember that it began as a request of the town. But one of the things I think would be helpful is to understand what the safety concerns were that might have led to the request for this from the DOT. As a frequent flyer
Yes.
in that intersection at rush
It's-
hour times.
it was town initiated,
Yeah.
it's the town was looking for a way to source the funding for a project. But it's not a state road, so the DOT only is responding to the town.
Right.
But I think
So-
that's-
But there's two aspects to that. One is, to the extent that it was initiated, it was never really put in any context as to exactly
Right.
what the safety is
Right.
compared to other
Yeah.
aspects, including the difficulty if you then have a bike lane that itself is gonna have some safety issues. And then secondly, we keep in mind that as to the cost of the actual construction, that's 100% paid by, 80-20, federal and state. But as to costs such as if the part of the road has to be moved back, and that part that it's moved back to is town property, it's the town that would then have to pay that price, and then of course pay its own part of the administration.
And those are 3 very historically significant properties, the blacksmith shop, it's a significant amount of land.
Yeah, so
So would the town, or is it a possibility for the town to withdraw their concern?
Yes, and the select board decided that would be a possibility when they see what, the results are of the study. Because they're also new, I think their feeling was, it's a 75% design, let's see what it ends up being. And it might be something that we don't wanna, it might not make sense. And as anyone knows, when you widen a road, it just makes the traffic drive faster, and that's really a major cut through right now, so.
But I do think you make a couple of good points with respect to changes that have happened since the project was initiated, the fire station. And I also agree with you on the central,
Yeah.
when central's coming in there, that it doesn't make sense not to consider traffic lights or intersections that are nearby. And I think this came up on Randolph Ave too, is to consider the whole corridor. So if you fix a problem here, you might cause a problem somewhere else. I agree with you on that. So I don't know, I think maybe this is one where maybe Meredith, you speak to Winston and say that the planning board would like to work with the select board on reviewing this in a public process, to get community input before decisions are made, final decisions are
And
made.
I
That'd be
do
great.
know, I just shared, Steve O'Donnell, who's the chair of the historical commission, just met with Nick and the assistant town administrator and the engineering department to review sort of the plans. Go back to the engineer who's been working on this to see, if it's possible to not have any land taking, but I think this does need to be that we could have a conversation with the select board in reviewing it. And I think Nick mentioned, or the engineers, that there might be a public meeting over the summer, to which Steve O'Donnell said, well, it really would be better to do it in September because so many people are away. neighbors, abutters who are impacted by this might not even know what's happening. So we're waiting on that and maybe I can work with Liz and Nick and just having something set up where we could have talk about a joint meeting.
And in September, school is in, and if you think about the traffic problems and people already trying to get their children to school this way.
Right.
September's a good time when people have that in mind.
And the town website shows that this is from 2023, does that sound right? February of 2023, the original plan,
Well, the original is 21,
21, okay,
it's 2001.
2001,
And then there was another version that came in
Oh.
2023.
wow.
Yeah.
It's been modified.
So it's been a project for 25 years?
No,
No,
sorry,
21.
what did I say?
No.
Oh, 21,
Yeah.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay, 2021, okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else online or
Not seeing
to speak?
any, oh, let me double check that again, nope, no hands online,
okay. Alright,
and I'm not seeing Carolyn either, so.
not seeing Carolyn, okay. Do you want to just jump ahead and get the sign, the 1210 Randolph Ave out of the way?
Yes, thank you. It's very, very simple. I wanted to require the decision be recorded. I thought it was good practice. And when our first applicant tried to report it, they were told at the registry that they could not report it because it doesn't have a formal appeal process. And I don't think the town wants a formal appeal process, therefore these decisions will not be recorded. So I just eliminated the condition for recording. So it's, and I had a conversation with Carolyn Murray about it as well, just to make sure I was following the proper procedures.
Does it matter what color pen we use?
I don't think so.
Do we need a formal vote on this since
I don't
it's a
think
new
so.
decision?
Oh, I don't think we voted the decision last time, did you, before you signed it? I think you just signed it. You're more than welcome to vote on it if you'd like to.
I would vote on amending the decision based on the recommendation of Liz.
Okay.
Is there a second?
And it's just is it just the three of us?
Yeah.
Cause that was
Yes,
the,
yeah.
okay, I move to, the motion you
To
just described, yes, amend,
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
aye.
Great. Yes, so it's just. Today is.
I think there's some meeting minutes that I need to sign.
Thank you.
We've
Had so
done
many
such a
meetings.
couple-
Did we vote
last
some?
couple of
Did we vote
meetings,
some?
yeah.
Last time, yeah, I actually meant to say that in my staff report, we had interviewed 3 people today for
Pass that to
the admin job.
And
So hopefully some of those tasks will be a little bit more, we interviewed 3 people today for the admin job,
That's great.
yeah,
That's
so
what
so
Avanti
so
said,
so some
so-
progress there.
yeah, this is just maybe back to meeting minutes for a
Yeah.
second. I had
Yeah.
asked if I need to sign some minutes because I haven't, I don't recall having signed minutes that I do recall that we approved.
Right.
And they need to be signed before they can be put on the website. And I know there are residents who get frustrated when they can't locate meeting minutes for like 6 months, you know, that we're behind or whatever period that we're behind. So
We're one of the best.
Yeah, I was gonna
Good.
say, I had
We're
to go
one,
down to
we are, I mean, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, honestly, I'm a little crazy about minutes, cause I know
Okay.
how important they are.
Okay.
And Avante is definitely doing the lion's share of the effort. And you're correct, we do need to kind of circle back and make sure there's a couple of holes there, especially when I first started, I know we had a couple ones back in October. And I think we're posted through, we're posted through like March, right? So yeah, so there probably are a couple of months, you're right, but
Yeah, I
We're
had to
actually
go
doing pretty
down
good.
to DPW to look for Concom. They haven't posted it in like 7 or 8 years.
7 or 8 years?
But yeah, and they weren't even approved. I had to go through these binders.
this is one of those things for the, maybe the town administrator, select board, et cetera, in terms of best practices, like how the minutes get posted. Like,
Mhm.
you know, I know there was a time on the master plan implementation committee where there was a complaint about minutes being behind.
Mhm.
And I think at that time, there may have been a complaint of a couple other committees because someone was going and had gone and checked and was interested in minutes. And so, we became very diligent.
Yeah.
But you're right, when there's not staff support or someone who's assigned to doing it, it can fall behind. But it is one of those things where maybe there's a central place that the minutes go where they get posted once they're approved. Instead of Avanti having to do it and the Secretary of Concom or all of these different,
Something
Folks.
more efficient,
Yeah.
yeah, be efficient, right?
yeah.
I know this
Yeah.
might sound like a crazy question, but could we let AI fill this? But
I don't know, I think it's
I guess my question is before you answer, I don't know what the output would be.
Yeah.
It'd be curious to see what it is.
Yeah.
It'd be fast.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if people were comfortable with verbatim, then that would be, I think that would probably be very straightforward,
I
right?
wonder if it would be verbatim. I wonder.
So I think there are tools that
Yeah.
you can employ to
Yeah.
get a verbatim transcript,
Yeah,
right?
or
So the question becomes, do you want a verbatim transcript? Because that's probably the only way that you could kind of mechanize it completely. Because there's so much involved in sort of in summarizing the key aspects of a conversation, right? And making sure that you don't miss the critical part of the policy discussion, right? And so you're balancing do you post for your meeting, if you posted your verbatim minutes from that 3.5 hour meeting,
Yeah.
how long would that document have been?
It's
50
like-
pages,
Yeah,
Well,
right? It'd be
even
like reading a court transcript.
but
And you don't
my-
wanna do that for residents,
No, my question
you know?
is it possible for it not to be verbatim,
No, it
Can-
is, but then
Yeah.
there's a lot of work there's a lot of human power in getting it to the point where it's a document that's useful for the public, right? But is useful for the public, is transparent, meets all the requirements, and is, of a length that is, that's reasonable. Those would be all the things that I'd be trying to balance. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know, Cheryl's been doing this for years now, right?
Mhm.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, and that's the reason I bring it up. There's a ton of work within staff, there's a ton of work that you do, just to make sure the words and phrases accurately, represent what was said. And at the end of the day, we have a recording. We go back to a
Well, one of the
recording.
things though, but that the record, those meeting minutes serve as the official record. So if you have, let's say because I've seen a few come up, 333 Brescia Road maybe as an example. When you need to know how a vote went and what the discussion was, the minute is the official record, not the recording. And knowing what is the important feature to include in the minutes, I just am a little leery about AI being able to pick up. Without combing through, let's say, if you had AI comb through, let's say, 5 years of planning board meeting minutes to discern what are the issues that repeat themselves in those, but they don't have a database necessarily automatically for planning board meetings, that's how AI is generated, right? Database?
I'm not saying as of the 25th of June 26th, I'm not saying that at all. I'm exploring.
Yeah.
Is there an option? I spent the better part of the first 20 years of my career as a project manager writing my own meeting minutes. I understand the importance of capturing the right words, the right phrases, and having the right content. I get it. I've done so much of it myself. Just looking for a faster way to get there. I mean, it's not reasonable that years go by without minutes being published. In my world, in my day job, 2 days is all we allow.
Well,
If the
and
minutes don't
even,
come out within 2 days, there's a problem.
well, right, because then it's stale, and
It is.
that was one of the things that, again, Avante's done the absolute yeoman's work on this because it's a heavy lift. And he caught up on stuff that wasn't done when he came on board. And so, and I'm a pain in the neck because I'm like, I need them by the next meeting. Like I need them by the next meeting, like I can't do what I need to do. Like you and I aren't gonna know what we need to do if we don't have those like really fresh. And it's a total project management approach. And it's critical. And so, yeah, there's a legal component. And I'd be very interested to see how that's gonna get tested though with the recordings post-COVID. Because that is a record, right? I'll be very I mean, there's an official record, but there's a body of evidence, right?
Yeah.
So I'll be curious to see kind of how that plays out because it's there forever. I mean, the town's not gonna, we used to erase the tapes, the cassette tapes. As soon as those minutes got adopted,
Yeah.
as soon as we took that vote, that cassette tape got erased. That was the process. This is the official record, it's
Right.
adopted, there's gonna be no whatevers, about, splitting hairs over who said what and what have you, this is what the board voted. So that cassette tape doesn't get erased anymore. It like lives forever in the cloud.
Milton, that
I'm
sounds.
really, really dating myself.
Cassette tape, I remember those.
Cassette.
Yeah, and they used to have to
Okay,
turn it
I remember
over.
those.
Yeah.
So I
They'd
did
have to pause the meeting
Yep, and flip
and
the
then
tape.
flip
Yes.
the tape over, yeah.
I don't think you're the oldest person on the table.
I'm up there.
Yeah. Well, in the interest of Meredith succeeding, ending this meeting before it gets dark, we should probably move on.
Carolyn is here.
Great. Great.
I sent to Carolyn that email that I had sent to you.
I forwarded it to her today. I think she should be able to respond to that on the fly, for sure.
Fantastic. Welcome, Carolyn.
Please vote. And for the record, I'm also old enough to remember erasing the tape. But, we don't need to go there and compete.
Well, a few of us have been there. Great, welcome, and thank you on it was sort of as I was preparing for this meeting, I'm like, did we invite Carolyn to come? Because I think you did such a great job putting this draft together that we can sort of go through and just address some of the questions that you had and get us in a really good, position to be able to be ready to submit this soon to the select board, if that's what the members decide. Just going through some of the highlighted, your items. The first thing you have highlighted, significant, is the short-term rental, as defined as GLC 64G, yeah. So I think that's, and then you said note the GLC 640G definition of short-term excludes hotels. That's unnecessary, you felt, to have that included, is that?
Exactly. I just wanted it comes up a little bit later because one of the things, the board had asked for, you had identified like 4 other ordinances or bylaws that you liked. And you said, let's throw it all in together and see what we ultimately like for ourselves or what we want to borrow or don't borrow. And elsewhere in this draft, there is a reference to another community that talks about lodging houses. And I don't think it's necessary for them to even do that because the state definition specifically excludes lodging houses, hotels, and motels. So I just wanted the board to be aware of that.
Great. So I would agree with that, I don't know how other members feel.
And Carolyn, does this get to the point, I think last meeting you said, do we wanna include definitions that are already defined in Mass State law, general law? And this is, right,
Thank you for bringing that up because we could, as you see at the very end of the definitions after owner adjacent, we've got any terms not expressly defined in this bylaw would be as defined in the state law for short-term rentals. I could move that right up to the very beginning sentence under definitions, and we could even consider whether or not, for example, owner and operator may may not be necessary as well. Maybe we could condense this a little bit more. Owner occupied and owner adjacent, I do think have specific meanings here. I don't know that it's necessary for us to define the building commissioner, but I think we'll be able to flesh some of this out based on some of your responses to other questions.
And I think that term commissioner will come into play when we determine whether it's the Board of Health or the building commissioner. So that, oops, give a little feedback.
We've got you, I've got you on 2 screens on the, for the Zoom, for the webinar.
Maybe he had.
Actually, nope, I think we're good now.
Okay, great, sorry about that.
Okay.
There was a little bit of an echo there for a minute. Yeah, so that, I think we can keep that as is, and yeah, unless, if you think we should take it out, but I think maybe leave it as is unless, do others feel? Take out, it was owner and operator? That might be just helpful for a layperson reading it.
I'm sorry, I was trying to find my markup copy. Where are we now
On page, the first page, under the
definitions.
definitions.
Yes, and which definition?
Yeah, I think that those two are so key to this whole bylaw. It might, I know we just said if anything's already in general law, not to include it here, but we're going against that, but those two things are so important. I think that defining what an operator and an owner are, so someone doesn't have to go to something else, is not the worst thing.
Yeah, I'm fine with leaving those in. And then under the owner adjacent unit, you had the note at the end.
Just to remind everyone that an ADU could not be used as a short-term rental.
So I had a
So for example, where there's the potential that you could have a property where you have the principal dwelling and then you have an accessory dwelling unit. The accessory dwelling unit cannot be used as a short-term rental under that separate bylaw, but obviously a primary dwelling with an accessory dwelling unit attached does become an owner adjacent situation. So if the owner occupies the ADU and rents out the principal dwelling as a short-term rental, that would be allowed. That was really just for, as a reminder more so than anything.
Should we add that under requirements?
Meaning that any
No.
property with an ADU can't be a short-term rental? Be a short-term rental?
Now, that's not what the ADU bylaw actually says. The ADU bylaw simply says the ADU cannot be used as a short-term rental.
Right.
So where we're defining specifically this idea of an owner adjacent short-term rental, then you could have a situation where you have a principal dwelling and you have an ADU on the same property. The ADU cannot be used for short-term rental.
Right.
But the owner, or the owner adjacent as we define it, the owner could live in the ADU, rent out the principal dwelling as a short-term rent.
Correct.
So I don't know that we need to
We don't need to add.
repeat that in the short-term rental bylaw. We could certainly repeat it under restrictions or the requirements just as a reminder, in case anyone is.
That's what I was
considering.
thinking, maybe just as a reminder for the ADU, not the adjacent primary dwelling. Anything, anyone else want anything
So,
on that
yeah,
first
so
page?
back to occupancy. Where it says that the use or residing in or the right to use or reside in the short-term rental normally used for sleeping and living purposes for a period of not more than 30 consecutive calendar days. So could you explain exactly what that means?
That's the definition basically of a short-term rental, is that it is up to, technically by state law, it's up to 31 consecutive days. So if you rent something for 2 weeks, if you rent something for a month, it's considered a short-term rental. And I think the intent is to distinguish that from year-round renting, or maybe even something that is less than year-round, but might be, seasonal renting. For example, if somebody just rents their house out from, say, April to October, that's not considered a short-term rental if you are renting it out to the same entity for a 6-month period. Short-term rentals are meant to be no more than 31 consecutive calendar days.
Okay, because at our last meeting, I said that I didn't really have an opinion yet. I hadn't formed an opinion because I hadn't really spoken to a lot of residents about short-term rentals. So I sort of did my informal survey between last meeting and today. So some people, said, oh, I want it to be prohibited entirely, which I found interesting. Other people said, oh, I would like it prohibited and regulated for periods of time for less than 30 days. In their mind, they were thinking if they had a neighbor rented out their house, and every weekend there would be a different group of people in there, that would be a problem for that neighbor. They understand that it would be owner occupied, and she said, I value my relationship with my neighbor, and I would like for her to be able to rent out, but she said, I don't know if I want somebody every weekend, somebody different every single weekend. Should be okay with a longer term rental? So this is saying we can't prohibit, so the property owner could rent out every weekend.
As long as it's not less than 24 hours.
Yeah, so every weekend could be a turnover of somebody different. Right,
There's potential.
yeah, that's the potential. So is there a way not to allow that? Or does that go against the whole short-term rental?
You could, we do say it can't be rented out by the hour or for anything less than a 24-hour period. If you wanted to say that it has to be rented for at least a week, for example, we could put that in, but it can't be anything more than 31 consecutive days.
My own opinion, well, I shouldn't say that, let me take a step back. The transiency of it, I think, detracts from what Milton is, probably every one of us, and this, I'm hearkening back now to some of the conversations when we were talking about ADUs, but, I don't know where everybody here lives, but I know where some of us live, and I think we chose to live in the neighborhoods we live in because of the nature of a single family residential community. My neighbors across the street are the same neighbors that are there month after month, year after year, the same next door. It's something I think we all benefit from the stability of that. So what I concern myself with is the transiency and the turnover. I felt this way about the ADU. I didn't agree that the ADU should have been a 30-day term. I don't think that's consistent with what most people in Milton would prefer, which is not that. So having a minimum is something I think about, think about. But the idea of people coming in and spending 2 days there, and then the next weekend, somebody else is in this house for another 2 days, you know, that it's gonna change neighborhoods if that's what we end up having. Many condo properties that do allow the condo owner to rent the condo limit the number of times you can rent it in a year. And you're allowed to rent it, you know, once or twice, and it has to be for a maximum period of time. I don't you know, I don't know what's possible and what isn't possible, but
Sean, I think there is in this draft a maximum number of total days of the year that can be rented.
I didn't see that, but
We did discuss it, I don't think it's in here either.
Oh, okay, sorry,
I thought
I
it
thought it
was.
was in there
It's-
too.
yeah, there's a, I think Carolyn passed us on the front page.
Well, at the end, she's asking us aggregate number of days per calendar year a unit may be rented in a short-term rental if the owner operator is not occupying that unit. Because so to get to your point though, I think that one of the other towns we saw limited it to 120 days overall in the entire year.
okay,
Yeah. I don't think that got into this, which is something we could do. It kind of gets to the points you're making, which I agree with the sentiment behind it. My worry is if you make a minimum number of days you have to rent it. To me, that's kind of a backdoor prohibition on it, because which maybe we want to do, but if you're requiring someone to rent it for 7 days, I'm not sure how many people are going to do that, and then people just do it kind of in the black market, which is what we're trying to avoid, I think.
It was just an interesting conversation, and it was somebody who was today, and it was someone else last week sort of said it.
Mm.
Somebody last week said, oh, I think anything less than 30 days should be prohibited.
Mm.
They supported regulating it. But they said less than 30 days should be prohibited. The person today, you know, she was just thinking about herself. And she goes, I just wouldn't want every weekend somebody different. However, if her neighbor goes away for 6 months, she's fine with them renting for 6 months or 3 months.
Mm.
But it was just every weekend. And because she's in a slightly tighter neighborhood. And, you know, she was concerned about the trash, you know, and if, do they know when the trash date is and who would put the trash out? And I said, well, all that can be worked out in the rules and regs. So, you know, so she felt good about that. But it's just like interesting, everybody that I talked to, most people said their initial reaction was prohibit. And then I said, but, you know, wouldn't you want to do something? We have a lot of people in town who are looking for some rentals as their house is being renovated. And it would be nice to be able to stay in town and have your kids stay in the school system. And they're like, oh yeah, so that's a good idea.
Mm.
So, you know, it's I don't know, it's a complicated issue. And so somebody else said, well, it's a slippery slope and it would really have to be well thought out before they really wanted to support it. But regulation is, I think, the biggest topic, and they wanted to know how it was going to be regulated. They just didn't like every weekend.
So I do think then that question of how many days that a home or a part of a home could be rented should be included. And then what that final number is, I think, you know, should be, you know, part of a public engagement process. I mean, I do think that there will be varying opinions about this, and I do think we should get those opinions. But we should lay out all of the things that we think are a way to regulate it for the people who came to us and said that they would like regulation because they're happening anyway.
Yeah.
And there's no way to regulate and no way to enforce different behavior. And so Sean, you were away for some of those folks, who said those things. But, one said that there's basically a party house, in East Milton, and another said that there's like a fire pit in the backyard and was concerned about, what there's no regulation on it, so there's not really you can't call necessarily inspectional services because there's like nothing for them to enforce. So I think that's what we have to kind of explain to folks is like the reason behind this, and I think some people thought there were 20 to 30 Airbnb listings in Milton, let's say now, which aren't regulated. So here, there would be a registry, so it would be known, who's responsible for that, which is
And who
in
to
and of
contact
itself
if there's an
is
issue
like
to
a
call.
huge, I think if it were, let's say like, one of the neighbors or one of the residents who came in, if they knew that there's like a number, like this is licensed under this bylaw and it can be enforced, but the owner then would be banned from, I think there's some prohibition if they're found to be in violation.
6 months.
Yeah, from doing it, so that is it better for those who are having bad experiences now.
Carolyn, do you know of any other communities that have a limit that's greater than 24 hours? It's obviously up to 31 days, but do you know of any that have like a 14-day, or 7 days?
I believe there are a few communities down the Cape that do have at least a minimum of 7 to 14 days.
Which makes sense on the Cape.
Which makes sense,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Okay, let's put a pin in that and just think about it, and I think that'll be part of the public hearing process to try to think more about that. That's good. Anything else on page 1? Okay, moving to page 2. Let's see, under H, you had you would put in the total number of short-term rental licenses in the town of Milton is limited to, and you use 4% of the total number of legal residential units in the town of Milton as determined by the assessor's office. And this was pulled from Nahant. What if folks, Nahant is I think of that as sort of a summertime rental area. So maybe that would have a need to limit the.
I think we talked about this a little bit the last time, like, is it going to be a frenzy then, to get yourself in, get your application in, even if you don't even know that you want to use it, cause you wanna keep that option open to yourself? Because it's capped.
Yeah, I don't know, I feel like there was something that we talked about in the last couple of years that my recollection is that we couldn't do that. I mean, legally, would it be possible, Carolyn, to have a cap? I mean, that'd be 400, and if you didn't get there in time, do you have an argument to say, hey, this isn't fair?
Right.
Why is it capped at 4%? No, I can't get on the list,
It was ADUs.
That was ADU,
Was
no
it?
no
Yeah.
more than 10.
Yeah.
Before it became state law.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think we discussed that and we said it could become like, I think maybe Cheryl, you said it could be like the liquor license, right, where that starts to become, if that could start to become something you could trade, valuable, you could
Yeah.
trade it
Well, like if you
somewhat.
sold your house and it had the registry there,
Yeah.
you could say,
Yeah.
hey, mine has
Right.
approval
Yeah.
for short term.
Right. I mean, 4%, maybe that's not the right number, but like Sean, like you said, that is 400 units and we have 30 right now, so we don't,
I don't think
I think
we're
we
gonna
want
have that
400.
issue. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I don't know that we wanna encourage
right,
to get to a big number.
right.
Right.
I'm just concerned about like how fair does it seem, just like you said, Sean?
Yeah.
Like for someone, let's say someone moves to Milton next month, or a month after this goes in, or then they don't have an opportunity because it's already capped. You know, so then your preference, or you're giving preference to people who've been here longer, or who are already here. So it just seems hard to be fair.
I don't think we need it. I mean, I think it's something maybe if we needed to come back at a later time and
Would we ever consider granting for a term? So you grant it if you receive if you get on the register, you're on the register for 2 years, and you can reapply after 2 years. And you know, if there are issues, at least we have an opportunity to say, hey, look, you know, your neighbors have constant complaints, the police have been involved, you know, you're not a good candidate, right? But if it's granted, what you know, if we at least have a term, maybe we have some behavioral constraints that would, you know, comply the owner, you know, to recognize that, you know, it's not an automatic that you'll have it forever.
it's currently a 1-year term.
Is it?
It's a 1-year term.
Right.
Okay.
And the applications are due by
October
31st.
Okay, I apologize.
Carolyn, by chance, do you have two computer screens? Two computers open?
No, but I am hearing feedback with few folks now.
Yeah.
Speaking of yours again?
I can log out and try to come back in and see if that resolves it.
Is your volume off?
Yeah, my volume's
I'm not logged on, so.
Yeah, my volume's off.
Do you wanna check and make sure, cause I'm on as a co-host. Do you wanna check and make sure that I'm set up properly? I'm pretty sure I am.
Sorry.
I'm muted. I think it might be when your volume, Carolyn, but it's not you, it's the way you're coming into the meeting, I think.
It's that second Milton webinar that's not muted.
Yeah, but that's the one that's recording.
Interesting.
Can you turn the
I'm the first
volume
one,
down?
I'm muted.
Would you like me to try to log out and come back in see if that resolves it?
Now you sound fine. It's when I see.
This one, if she's on, it needs to stay on because it's even not.
Right.
Not logged
No,
on.
no,
Because I looked through everything inside.
Yeah.
I'm not on.
A
I
phone,
think
is
it's
anyone
the
on the
way,
phone?
I think it's the way Carolyn's is in the meeting. Because when she's muted, we don't have there's no feedback, it's when she's not muted. Do you wanna try, Carolyn, just to, I mean, it's not terrible,
No,
do you guys wanna
especially
try
if
to
you-
have her
if
call
you're-
back in?
If you wanna muscle through, you can just proceed and then whenever it's time.
Okay.
But it's up to you.
Or do you wanna,
She could log out. and
Do you wanna try to log out and we'll
Yeah,
pause
let's
for a
try
minute and then
that.
come back in and we'll
Yeah.
try to,
it might help.
Okay.
Thank you.
it'll be a little easier to hear. I don't know ways to. Well, so many of these are really interesting questions, you know, that we are thinking about
Every
and
bylaw has them, I think.
and yeah, and I think this captures a lot of to what the enforcement piece. I think there's a lot of good things that came out of Newton's bylaw that really targets enforcement and that gives teeth for the building commissioner or whoever is overseeing this to be able to shut it down for a 6-month period.
Yeah.
If there's violations, and I think that's what we're hearing from residents, that it's not everyone, but there are problematic ones that
So I like the idea of a year registration. However, is that too cumbersome for our staff to manage? That's my only fear. I like it, but you know, being sensitive to their workload, having 40 or you know, might be a lot, all on the same date.
although I think we're gonna have a lot fewer with owner occupancy requirements. I just don't see, you know,
Right.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of my question is,
I think that's
I'm
gonna
trying to
shift.
think it through practically, like what does that look like? the owner occupancy requirement, like what does that look like? I mean, she described it very.
That looks like what Airbnb was when it started.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not the, you know, the sort of dedicated, you know, crash pad
Yeah.
with the party every weekend, you know? So I just, yeah, I think sort of thinking through that. And then that owner adjacent scenario where, you know, the owner wants to live in the ADU and then wants to, you know, use the primary dwelling, which isn't their principal residence, that's the distinction. It's the principal residence, right? So if their principal residence is the ADU, the primary dwelling can be used as a short-term rental. So I mean, it allows some flexibility for people that try and stay in their homes.
And so also under, I should have on the first page where it says, no more than the number of lawful bedrooms. So if you have a 4-bedroom house, you're saying that only 4 guests can stay.
No, we're gonna
Two.
address that later, it
Oh,
could be
okay.
2 people, we can name how many occupants. So it could be
Cause that
2
was
person-
another
2 per bedroom.
customer of mine brought that up.
Right.
She said, I'd be okay with that if you limited the number of guests to the number of bedrooms. Knowing
Yes.
that it's gonna be more than that. But putting it in writing might help dissuade like 15 people crashing.
So that's one of the policy
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah.
All right, you Karen back and
See if the volume is better this way.
great, it does sound good, it does sound,
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good.
great.
Sounds good here, I think.
Good, excellent.
Good, thank you. Thanks, Karen. So we were on page 2, item number H. So do we just wanna take that out?
I think
I
so.
would. I would agree with that.
Okay. Someone good?
Mhm.
With that, all right. And then we have under J. Carolyn, if you wanna talk,
Sure. So this was language about, you know, the short-term rental should not be used for commercial events. And at the meeting 2 weeks ago, the board had discussed that, well, maybe this is just a little too restrictive because, you know, someone has, you know, a graduation party or something in the backyard, you know, is this now being a little too
a lunch.
restrictive?
Mhm.
So the other one that seemed to have some good language, Great Barrington, in contrast, just limits the use of the short-term rental that if there are events that include amplified music or tents that would require a special permit, that those types of events are prohibited.
I liked that, I thought that
Yeah.
was much more appropriate.
Mhm.
Do others agree?
I agree. I think it's too restrictive on the Newton part, but I think that the Great Barrington one kind of is more
Yeah.
broader encompassing and still achieves what we were, I think, looking for.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. Page 3.
Before we go to 3, could we just stop at paragraph L? This is
Yes.
one that, again, I pulled everything together so that you could decide and have a menu, really, what you like or dislike. But L is essentially saying that an owner shall not register or offer a rental unit subject to a long-term lease as a short-term rental, unless, of course, you have the permission of the property owner. So in other words, if I was somebody who was renting a property, say, for a year from my landlord, I couldn't use it as a short-term rental unless I got my property owner's, you know, permission to do so. To me, I don't know that we need to say that. You know, I think really it's going to be a matter of if the owner wants to use a property as a short-term rental, why would they have a long-term lease with, you know, one tenant and then say, but we can sublet it, if you will,
Right.
for shorter periods of time. I don't know that
agree,
L
and
is necessary.
yeah, I would agree, and it would have to go through the owner anyway. The owner would
Right.
have to provide
But
Me-
this,
yeah.
does this prohibit it by, if you took it away, does it prohibit it? Cause I'm thinking again, let's say someone's a nurse and they decide they wanna be a visiting nurse for a couple of stints, they go 3 months someplace, but they don't wanna give up their apartment or their unit. I keep thinking about Milton, Milton, because it keeps, how they're expanding. And the kind of the folks who might be interested in renting apartments or renting a house. So I'm just wondering if that, if, as long as the owner agrees that it's okay, which I definitely think should be a requirement if the tenant is doing it. Should it really be prohibited?
Where does in this scenario, where does the owner live?
That's,
Not there.
But you can't do this if it's not on the
Yeah, the owner
record.
has to be
Right,
there.
has to be
Yeah,
there,
right,
right.
that's
So that's
really-
where I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around that. Is this
Oh,
that sort of
okay,
really,
true, yeah.
really narrow
That's what I was
situation
saying,
where
yeah.
the
I get it,
owner's in the ADU?
I think the
Or the owner might be in like maybe it's 2-family or something?
I think it would have to be a 2-family or a principal dwelling with an ADU. And you rent out the principal dwelling, say on a year-to-year basis.
So let's run through a scenario. Let's say it's a person who's older and wants to live in the ADU and wants to rent out the house. And let's say they rent it to that nurse, and that nurse wants to be able to be away and still be able to pay the rent for that place and maybe have it for an ADU for some period of time while they're away as a visiting nurse. That's the kind of scenario I see it being used as, but is there a scenario that's
But doesn't the owner have to, the owner has to,
owner that would have to approve it?
Yeah,
but the owner would have to apply for the short-term rental, not the person
Not a tenant.
renting
right.
or the year-long lease, right? So it kind of seems like it's unnecessary.
I see, okay.
That's
also
what I
think
was,
like, I mean, you could, go back to the point that you made, Liz,
Mhm.
if it has to be an owner occupied, if we have the owner occupied requirement, then this doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen, but otherwise, I could rent Cheryl's house and pay Cheryl and George $2,000 a month, and then pivot and do 30-day terms at $3,000 a month, and just operate it as like,
Financially, yeah,
Well,
that could make sense,
only
but
with,
she needs a,
our permission,
Right.
right?
and but you need to apply for the short-term rental, right? Sean can't do it on
They
his,
should be able to, it
yeah,
should be the owner that
yeah.
applies
Right.
for it.
yeah,
Right.
which I think this says that the owner has to apply for it.
I think it says if allowed by the property
yeah, it
owner.
says an
But-
owner shall
but
not
it-
register.
But that scenario isn't correct though, because we would have to be living on the property,
Right.
right?
So is it even possible to do it?
Just the way I think Liz described it, which is the owner's living in the ADU or in a second unit of a 2-family.
Yeah.
So that's why I was trying to think through that example too, where it's the person is renting the house because they only need the small, and maybe they're not in a position to sell the house, so there's no place to go to, for the dollar that they would sell it for, but
So in that case, let's say there is a property that has an ADU. The owner lives in the ADU, rents out the primary residence for a long-term rental for a year. A person rents that and then starts to pivot into a monthly rental. They could do it. The owners,
only with the owner's permission, according to this. Certainly wouldn't want that to be allowed without the owner having to agree to it, but you're saying not whether it should be allowed at all?
yeah, I just think
Yeah.
it could get really crazy.
I also think it starts to get into, puts the town in between a landlord and a tenant relationship.
Yeah.
Whether there is a long-term lease or what the terms of the lease may be. I don't mean to be flip about this, but do we care? If the owner of the property applies for, tries to register their property, use it as a short-term rental, are we going to ask, well, can you please provide us proof that you aren't already renting that same unit to someone else on a longer term basis?
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, there is a lot of this that creates an awful lot of work, even the language that requires the owner to prove that they're living in it and providing
Right.
utility bills and, I mean, we are definitely creating some work for someone in town.
I think we could take this out. I think we may be causing more confusion that the town doesn't need to necessarily.
Or if you
Involved
leave
with-
it in, is this just something that doesn't get enforced?
Are you talking
Well-
about the whole paragraph or just the second sentence of it? Because the first sentence of it,
It just prohibits it outright.
You shall not register or offer a rental unit, which is
That's
already
basically
subject of
what-
a long-term lease.
Yeah.
So they can't rent it twice. If their visiting nurse goes away for 6 months, they can't, even if the nurse is okay, they can't rent it twice.
they could sublease it.
They could sublease it, yeah.
But that would be different from this.
So they could, but not as a short-term rental.
No, it's a short-term
But
rental.
not as a short-term rental.
Right.
If we just get
Well-
the first sentence.
Well, actually, no, if we get rid of this paragraph altogether and an owner comes in and wants to register their property as a short-term rental, like I was just saying, we're not going to say one of the requirements is that you prove to us that you aren't already
Oh, I see, yeah.
subjecting that unit to a long-term lease.
I see.
We're sort of taking it at face value.
Yeah.
The owner comes in, I've got a separate dwelling unit, I want to use it, as a short-term rental. Whether or not it's already been rented out to, someone on a year-long basis, and it's now a nurse who's, going to be away for a month or 2 months, going someplace else for special training or volunteering services somewhere. What does that matter to us? All we care about is that we know the property is going to be used as a short-term rental, and that it's safe, and that they're abiding by our bylaws and not causing a disturbance to our neighbors. I don't know that it matters to us whether it's a vacant unit or a unit that is only vacant on a short-term basis because the primary tenant is going to be away.
Carolyn, do you remember where you pulled this paragraph from? Which town?
I could look. I mean, it was just primarily Newton, Lexington, Great Barrington, Nahant, so it's one of those four.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that in Lexington and Milton. So maybe it was Nahant.
I guess to me, Carolyn, it kind of goes to the intensity of the use, right? Like if there's a concern about something already being rental property, and then you sort of, you're devising a second type of rental arrangement
Barrington.
for the same,
Sorry.
yeah,
Take your
Great
pause,
Barrington.
Sorry, take your pause.
Yeah, I to me, that sort of is that's kind of the policy kind of question is, do you wanna give an owner like 2 bites at the apple for rental income?
And does it incentivize doing this just for, investment?
Again, if you were a neighbor next to this house, what would you want? That's how I always look at things. At least the owner is there, you know that owner.
Right.
And they take on a tenant, so now you kind of know that tenant. Now there's someone else coming in.
So it goes to intensity of use. So maybe we keep it in for the
Well,
time being
if you
and
keep it, then you're, oh, what, just that first sentence?
keep the first sentence.
Oh, the first sentence, which prohibits it outright? Carolyn?
It would, and I guess I'm, just thinking of what does the town want to get in the middle of? Somebody rents out their property to, using Cheryl's example, to a nurse who's going to be gone for 6 weeks. The property owner says, I'm going to make a little extra cash during those 6 weeks, and I'm going to rent it out as a short-term rental. The nurse then comes back and says, "How dare you have rented my unit out as a short-term rental while I was away?" Are they gonna show up at the, the building inspector, counter, or the health department, depending upon who we decide is enforcing this, to say, how could you have allowed this to have been used as a short-term rental when the bylaw doesn't allow such a thing? How would we know that there is a long-term lease arrangement?
Could you require them to disclose that when they apply for the permit for the short-term rental?
We could, and if they are honest and provide it, great. And if they tell us that there is no lease, we're none the wiser
So check
until
the box.
there's a problem.
So this is an interesting scenario, but why do we necessarily care if there's a long-term lease and then it's short-term rental? I'm just trying to understand why does it matter though?
I was actually thinking that it would be the nurse who would want to have the
The famous
short-term
nurse.
rental so she could help pay for her rent, or he could help pay for his rent, while maybe like the
It
example
creates
of
options.
volunteering someplace where
Yeah.
there's a hurricane emergency or someplace
Yeah.
and they're not getting the income.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking it would vest to the owner, so it's interesting that, Carolyn viewed it one way, a different way.
Well, yeah, because you have to
Right, no,
you have to
I get it.
consider that, right?
Yeah.
That somebody would try to maximize their profit in a situation
That's-
like that.
Hmm. Well, maybe we should put a pin in this one and come back to
Yeah.
it.
Good, thank you for pointing that out. At the top of page 3, M, I just noticed, I just didn't have a period at the end.
Okay.
Very small. And then under registration requirements, operators must register with the Inspectional Services Department. So in Newton, they have enough staff that they have an inspectional department. We have our building department, or health department. And Liz is gonna have a conversation with both Caroline Kinsella and Michael White to see who felt like that this would be sort of in their jurisdiction. I don't wanna put anything more on Michael,
So which one are you on?
sorry, under
For-
4, registration
Oh,
requirements.
I actually had something before that.
Yeah, so did I.
Oh, you did, okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Um,
But did you wanna finish what you were
So
talking
yeah,
about
so I just
first?
would, instead of inspectional services, I was thinking, should we just plug in building department for now, but keep it a TBD? Cause we just don't have an inspectional services department, so it has to change
I think
either way.
it is
I think
actually,
it's
it's
titled
described that, it's
inspection
titled that,
Website.
In the building
on
department?
the website, it's
Mhm.
it's inspectional
Okay, then that's fine,
services.
alright, then we can leave that language,
But
okay.
I do think there's a question of whether what role the health department might have there.
Cause I think there is an area down under D where it has the building commissioner and the health, we could have and the health department, and that might be appropriate to have both, but.
So I wanted to come back to P up
Me
above.
too.
Yeah,
That was
let's,
mine.
let's
Is
go,
that yours? Okay.
alright, let's go to
You want me
P.
to go first then?
Yeah.
Alright, so no more than 4 vehicles on a lot. To me, it's there's some properties where that might make sense, but there's other properties. I mean, there's a lot of homes right now, like I go for walks, I leave my house, Canton Ave, and I go for walks, I see
It's more than 4, right, yeah.
four cars in the driveway already for a single family home, all
Yeah.
a lot of homes.
Yeah.
So does this mean no more than 4 short-term rental vehicles or more than 4 vehicles total?
I mean,
This can be
read this,
whatever you think is appropriate.
I read this on the lot, meaning that doesn't matter
Yeah.
if it's short term or
Right,
not.
and I think that
Yeah.
that's a
yeah.
that's too
Yeah.
restrictive because that would mean that another one of these end runs where you're prohibiting it by saying by this provision.
Don't we have a bylaw that already prohibits the number of cars on a lot?
I thought we did, I thought I was just gonna say.
So I think we need to check what our current bylaw is, cause I think
That's what I thought,
this,
there was a number.
Is that
And
enforced?
yeah, and it's by, I think it's by whatever,
Like something
district,
that's
if you're A,
considered-
B, C, or D.
Okay, yeah. I'm aware of, parking areas over a certain number of cars needing additional like setback areas. I'm aware of that, but I don't know
Yeah,
that
I
there's
thought that there
necessarily
was a
a
maximum number.
max for a single family.
First, yeah, depending on what, if you're an A, double A. Cause I feel like,
Because we're requiring the homeowner
Because I was
to live here,
concerned about
but
that
their
in my own
homeowner's gonna have
family,
no-
like a couple times,
Right.
we had too many cars.
Yeah, well, there's 2 required for single family, I know that. Because that's come up with the ADUs, where they need to show at least 3 off-street parking spaces.
So here we're requiring the homeowner to live here, so they're presumably gonna have their car, at least one. And we're going to cap it at 4 when the single family is required to have 2. Are we limiting it then to 2 of the bedrooms? I just wonder if 4 is too restrictive.
I know, but I don't think you can, I think even in double A, right, I think the max is like 4 or 5.
Off-street parking spaces?
I mean, it's not a high number.
So it's just a driveway, people are parking in their driveways then now, cause and people obviously on other roads are parking in right of ways and other things, so to me,
It certainly isn't enforced.
I know,
Well,
but you can't,
it's not
you
enforced.
can't, I don't think you could be giving
More
a
parking places.
preference to short-term rentals to the full-time resident in town.
Could you,
Right.
well,
Well, I think the point is we have to make sure that this is in line with whatever the parking restrictions are, Carolyn.
Now, I'm not seeing any specific restrictions,
Same.
but sometimes, the search just might not be coming up as easily as we're talking about it. So I'll see if I can find something to that effect.
And by lawful bedroom, you mean lawful per the building code or lawful per what?
Yes, lawful per building code.
So like the size.
Well, bedrooms are required to have windows, light,
Closet.
access to light and air, closet.
So maybe we put a pin in this.
Yeah, I just
So
think
we
we
find
need to look into that really.
You know, it's small potatoes, but I was actually thinking more about longer term rentals. We all pay excise tax. You know, does a person with a long term rental, are they subject to excise tax in Milton?
Nope.
Why
No.
not? Is there a reason they're not?
Cause I would imagine, cause they're not considered residents. And it would be where they actually consider their vehicle to be garaged.
Well, if someone's on, I don't know, it goes really to a longer term rental.
Yeah.
If you're renting, your vehicle is garaged where you are. Anyhow,
Yeah.
And we kind of had this conversation in my house recently, and I think it comes down to insurance too. So if you are parked, say in Dorchester, you're renting an apartment in Dorchester and your car is registered to Milton, if there's an accident in Dorchester, your insurance may not cover it because of that's not where it's registered.
I'm not 100% sure. I know in my case, you know, when Kira was at UMass and I informed the insurance company because the rates be a little bit
Yeah.
different in Amherst than they are here. But I paid a full year of excise tax in Milton.
Yeah.
So I don't think
Yeah.
Milton doesn't
Did you
give you
register?
any relief, you know, but anyhow.
They're gonna get you somewhere.
You know, I'm just thinking that if this, you know, for any of that, it's revenue for the town.
Yeah.
And we don't wanna ignore revenue if it's possible for us to collect an excise tax for a vehicle that's parked in town,
Mm.
you know?
Mhm.
So if Carolyn says we can't,
I'm
Just
seeing
curious.
this, maintaining more than 5 registered vehicles on a single lot is generally not considered an accessory use unless a special permit is granted. I think that's where the 5
Yeah.
that's where the 5 plus, the 5 and up cars was stuck in my head. There's definitely language in there about that, cause that's sort of considered a, more of like a commercial scale, like parking area. So there's minimum requirements, Res C, I think is just one space is required. Off-street space is required, so there's minimum, and then there's this issue with the, limit to the number of vehicles. So we probably just have to make sure that whatever that says
So we could say
is
what we
isn't
got.
in
When was
conflict.
the last time that was enforced, I'd like to know.
Probably not.
More than 5 registered vehicles on a single lot.
Yeah.
We've got 6 at my house, which is ridiculous, but
Yeah, that's what we had in my house, and we were concerned about that.
Could we just avoid that, and just say 1 vehicle per lawful bedroom in the short-term rental and just end it there?
I'm with you, Val, I think that might be the easiest thing. to
That way we're
do.
not including the main
building,
residence
yeah,
and we're not
yeah,
trying to
I
get
like
read
that.
into that.
Works.
Alright,
Great.
Yeah, the periods after rental,
Yeah.
right, right after
Yeah.
in the
Period.
short-term
Yeah.
rental
Yeah.
period.
Yeah.
Can we go back to O, is that it? So I think for an hourly rate of rental duration less than 24 hours, we can't have a number greater than 24?
No, you can. You certainly can.
Can,
And this would be the place to put it.
yeah. You know, 24 hours is like, it's like moteling. Someone could arrive at, 8, 9 o'clock at night and be gone at 7 in the morning, I think a longer period of time would be better. But, and
that's what to Maggie's point, that was the concern of
Mm.
one of her, somebody.
So what's the appropriate?
I think we should pin that and
Yeah.
come back to that. I see it's getting a little dark outside.
Yeah.
Streetlights are going on.
I know, it's, there's a full moon.
Yeah, I'm happy
Not
to come
great.
back to it, but I would like to make sure we talk about it.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, I think the things that we say we're gonna pin, more discussion.
Okay. So the inspection services question was answered. Down to D, I think I like that Carolyn put building commissioner and health department here. What other people's thoughts are.
Yeah, I like health department because they're in charge of rodent control, so that was another issue is
Which control?
rodent.
Rodent.
I guess, would it be and?
And,
Oh, we
yes,
don't,
please.
yeah, I don't think we wanna say that the health department is an alternative inspection to the building commissioner, right?
Right,
Right.
So we need both of our officials to visit.
does that sound good?
We should also consider, the language is proposed as prior to issuing or renewing a registration certificate. Certainly before issuing, for the first time, you want to have the unit inspected. Under some recent revisions to the state building code, if we're talking about an owner occupied short-term rental, they only have to be inspected under the building code every 5 years. So I'll play with that language a little bit to make it consistent with the code.
And then E, the first occupancy commencing, shouldn't that say like January 1st? After 2027, based on if we,
I think that's when it gets adopted, right? Would that
Right.
be when it gets adopted?
Right. I'm assuming, if this goes forward at a fall town meeting, what the question really becomes, depending upon when your town meeting is it even likely that by the time this goes into the Attorney General's office and gets approved, are we even capturing it
right,
for say January 1, 2027, particularly if this is going to be a general bylaw, which they typically are. The general bylaw doesn't take effect until the Attorney General approves it.
okay,
So let's say you have a November town meeting, I think it's unrealistic to think that the Attorney General is going to approve this, say by the holidays at the end of the year, in time to necessarily capture next year's rental season. So do we want to put in, say within 3 months of the effective date of this bylaw, that shall commence the first registration cycle? Or do you just want to wait a full year to 2028?
I don't think you'd wanna postpone it for a year if it comes, if the Attorney General, if this went to a fall time meeting, Attorney General took till January, then you'd wait the whole year.
Right.
That doesn't make much sense to me, to rush it now and then to say it's okay to wait another year. Right.
So maybe we give like a 3 months, 3 months following the adoption, the approval of this bylaw, that will commence the initial registration cycle. And then that first term that say registration is in effect is only going to be through December 31st, 2027. And then we fall onto the annual cycle.
So, is there a quieter time in the, building
That's
department?
exactly what I was gonna ask.
That, it-
Well,
maybe,
Not anymore.
Maybe like
Yes.
late fall,
so we're
probably
not,
late fall maybe.
because, I have a deadline, that I have to submit my reports by January 1st, and it is the worst date. I'm always late for it, cause I'm so busy at Christmas, December's so busy. So that was a bad date.
I just know things were quiet, I started October 1st, and things were quiet from like when I started until the holidays, and then it went.
Yeah, so
That's
I
why I
don't,
wonder if like
maybe we
March is
need
not
to
a
check.
bad time
Yeah.
to have it be renewed instead of January, because I also wonder if there's
One thing to think
something
about
magical about January.
with the health department, I believe they inspect camps. Do they do that? Like summer camps?
Most
I think
likely.
that's the Board of Health who does
Right.
that, actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I said,
Yeah.
that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Right.
I do have I set a meeting with
Okay.
the head of the Board of Health, Carolyn Kinsella, the week of January 6th. That's January 6th.
July.
That's a little weird.
We're talking January.
Freudian slip. July 6th, I think, the week of July 6th. But so clearly, like, ideally, we would have had a conversation before tonight, but both of our, she wasn't in, now I'm not gonna be in next week, so. Anyway,
so whatever is
definitely
good for
wanna have
them, so
that.
check
Yeah.
with,
Yeah, that's the thing,
Michael, and
that's the thing,
all
it's
that I-
really,
that's my point.
really
I don't-
critical to make sure that
Yeah.
the staff, staffing resources there and bandwidth, and that it makes sense for them. Cause I know the questions are gonna get asked, right?
Well,
Another thought is to not have an October 31st date. You could instead require that the registration applications come in, let's say by March 15th. And then you pick up, it's still good for say January to December 31st, if that's a slower time of the year for either the building or the health department, depending upon where this lands.
Alright, let's wait for feedback from Michael and Caroline.
Okay.
Carolyn. That's a great suggestion though. So next is the filing fee of, and we have 100 in here to discuss. I did see some towns had 250.
if I think about it, like what an hourly rate would be and how much time it takes to review an application, 250 seems better.
Oh my God, it's not even enough,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I know,
honestly,
but-
really,
Yeah.
you think about it, too many of these fees are too small.
yes,
Yeah.
Given how much time it takes for we're gonna have someone from the building department and someone from the Board of Health drive to the residence and do an inspection. We're gonna have somebody kind of verify that the owner's information that they submit, whether it's utility bills or whatever, the effort and the time and the hours, it's, in my opinion, I think I think 500 is very reasonable.
Yeah.
And I could justify even more. I
Mhm.
mean, we give away our services in the town,
Mhm.
we give it away. And then what we do is we charge the taxpayer, right? You know, to pay for it, and the benefit is going to the person that's getting the discounted rate.
Mhm.
It's silly to me. I think a $500 rate is a minimum.
Well, I was gonna ask, what is the rate for other, um, other applications? I think, I go back to consistency. I like to have a consistent, fee schedule.
So, let's say we're gonna explore that.
Yeah.
Right, since we're not gonna know it tonight.
Yes, right, yes.
And I agree, that consistency
Yeah.
is good. I know on building permits, it's a percentage of the cost of construction,
Mhm.
but I don't think this is the type of thing we're
Correct,
looking
right.
at here. But for
But if you
something-
file for like a special permit or renewal of I would think a renewal of a special permit is like $250 or something. Or
But
maybe
I-
$750.
I think our fees are actually kind of in line. I know for like an A&R, for instance, it's like 500. So that number's not, completely out of left field.
Yeah.
So 500, let's plug in 500
But
and
you-
check.
You think you have a registration fee that would be annual. I think that Carolyn might have written in here or other towns have done it where you can have a fee for the inspection itself,
Right.
right? And then you also have trying to find it again, sorry. You also have tax added to the rental itself anytime it is rented. So I mean, I totally appreciate your point and I agree with it. But we are having several different points we are extracting, maybe not the right word, but
Yeah.
getting income to the town. But I totally agree, 500 just seems like a good number.
Mhm.
50, some of these towns are doing 50 and that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Although doesn't the tax go to the state and not the town?
No, there's both.
There's both.
We can impose, but that means we have to oversee
Well, I think that
the tax.
I thought the state does 5.7 and then we can go above that up to 6.
Right.
And then we can also do a community impact fee up to 3% if they own more than 2 properties. But I think Carolyn, that's the point that you made, where it has to be directly applicable to the impact it's making on town, right? Or Liz, maybe you said that.
Right, and also with respect to just the permit, the application or the filing fee, I know that I certainly understand that historically municipal filing fees or application fees are low. Part of the reason for that is they're not supposed to be revenue generating. The cost for obtaining a permit is supposed to be commensurate with what does it cost the town, be it your building inspector, your health agent, whoever is charged with reviewing the application, making sure it's complete and processing it. What is the cost associated with that? Then of course there is the inspection fee, which, I don't think $100 covers your application plus your inspection fee, but we are limited to being able to say, we can't just pick a number out of the air. We have to be able to say, this is reasonably what we expect. It will take a town employee at least an hour to review to make sure it's complete and complies with the bylaw, and the hourly rate of the employee likely to process these registration applications is X. So that might be one way to quantify just the application fee. Separate from that, I think, is what Sean was talking about. Now we have to have the building inspector and or health agent drive out, inspect the properties. That's got to be at least another hour, perhaps longer. So that might be a separate fee, or maybe you combine them all into one fee, but you at least have an idea of what is the true cost to the town, so that this isn't a losing proposition to the town. But we can't use the fees just to generate revenue. That's the whole purpose behind the adoption of the excise tax to get some additional revenue benefit to the town.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking of it as a revenue generator. If it became that, it's because you have an extremely efficient process and it just works that way. But you know, when you think about the administrative component, you know, just to process somebody's registration and you're gonna mail something out to them, do you know what I mean? And it's just all of those tasks, just to, you know, iterate all those tasks. It's gonna take people hours. And I just wanna make sure that we're not getting hurt financially.
So maybe a one-time registration fee of $500, but that would cover the inspection. Is that possible?
Or you could say 250 and 250.
Or 250?
I'm okay with either, how we do it, and I think if there's a renewal, you know, that there should be assign a fee value for a renewal, because you gotta go back through the process again. You know, every time you renew it, we should just not be taken advantage of. I'm all for not creating a revenue stream and trying to, I just wanna make sure we treat it fairly.
And how come the inspection fees are getting paid directly to inspectional services? Should it be getting paid to somebody else? Because that goes into their budget, right?
It typically does. I mean, all money that the town collects is supposed to go into the general fund unless you have special legislation or you have a revolving fund or something that is set up differently to divert the funds. I think what this was trying to capture was you have an application fee, but then separately there's an inspection fee that will be paid to the inspectional services department because they're the ones that are actually going to collect and perform the inspection. So I think what this was envisioning is two separate fees, the application alone and then the inspection fee.
So you could have the filing fee, if that's what we call it, of $250, and an inspection fee of $250. And the
You could.
inspection goes to the building department and the other $250 goes to the general fund or.
Yeah, because if the health department is involved, which is taking health department resources, how come the health department isn't getting reimbursed?
I think it should be separate.
Yeah,
In
and
that
or
scenario.
the fire department.
I think whoever goes out should get a
Yeah.
pay,
At 250.
right?
But if you're the applicant, all you really care about is paying the town. Let the town
Right,
figure out
right,
how to get the
right.
money dispersed to the departments,
Mm.
you know, we shouldn't make it too
Yeah.
burdensome on the applicant.
Right, it's all going to be paid to the town of Milton. It's just, is it one fee that's paid, say at the select board's office, and then another fee that's then paid at the time of an inspection being performed?
Yeah, I like the idea of the language that articulates two values, so people can better understand that, you know, there's cost involved in this. We're
Right.
just not charging $500 because we're
Right.
trying to make some money. $250 for the inspection and $250 for the filing or application process.
I would agree with that.
Thing else to also bear in mind, we don't have to put the filing fee into the bylaw itself.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, that's actually a really good point, Carolyn, because and I remember talking about this with some particular article that we had. Over time, it's gonna change. You don't wanna have to go back
Right.
into the bylaw and change your bylaw because
Mhm.
10 years from now,
We did talk about that with something
Yeah.
else.
It was a
something
sign,
else.
it was a sign by law,
yeah, so.
having it in the handbook as opposed to the bylaw.
Yeah, maybe the fees are, there'll be some document that's an application, maybe we refer it to here that the fees will be listed separately in the application, something like
I
that,
still
so
think it's good to outline
dollar value,
a registration fee and separate inspection fee.
I agree.
Yeah.
And then you can refer to a separate document or source for what the amounts are.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So turning to the next page under I. And Carolyn had a question. Because
This is just a food for thought.
Yeah.
some communities, they'll adopt a short-term rental bylaw and it will be very bare bones. And then they will have separately regulations. And the regulations might contain the fees, the regulations might spell out all of the components of an application, for example. I don't know if you're envisioning having separate regulations or you want to just have that opportunity to have separate regulations in case it becomes more convenient in the future to do it this way, or would you just prefer everything be put into the bylaw?
I think it's good to have that language in there because I think we're gonna learn as we go.
Yeah.
And I think we want to be able to add regulations, we wanna be able to add the fees, and there might be things that we want to add to change without having to go back and change the bylaw itself.
So the only other question then, and maybe this has to wait until Liz has her conversation after the 4th of July, is who will be issuing those regulations? It could be the select board, it could be the Board of Health if this ultimately falls to the Board of Health. We don't have to answer that question right now, but we if we're going to keep this in the bylaw, we should identify who has the authority to issue regulations.
Because I think of just the recent ADU regulations that you've sort of been working with Michael White on those, you know, this might be the Board of Health, Michael White, and so that is something to think about how that would.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I like how this reserves your opportunity to adopt them.
Yeah.
So I think I like how that's done, Carolyn.
We'll circle back to that one after you have some more input from Michael and from the health department.
Great. And then moving down to E.
Can we just, there's a
Yep.
typo in D. Second line. I think it's supposed to be used and not sued.
Why not let them be sued?
Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't get that.
I know.
That's my Freudian slip for the night.
Well, you know what, it was, even with my readers, this print is so small.
That's small. Can I go backwards, just something I was reading here that caused me to ask a question, so in the section prior to it in G, and this is the section where it talks about contact needs to be provided, so on and so forth, and if the contact isn't available within 2 hours of being notified, but it says it reads in conclusion that if they're not available, a failure of the local contact to respond within the stated period shall constitute a violation of this chapter. So what happens if there's a violation? What does that?
They can lose their,
Right.
for 6 months.
They could jeopardize their registration or their ability to renew.
Is that
Or
is that written somewhere, Carolyn?
yeah, when we get into the enforcement
Okay,
section.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Good for
and on H, is this in fact this language that a property owner or indirect property owner must reside in a dwelling unit, operate as short-term rental for 9 out of 12 months?
No, that is something, again, out of the 4 communities that the board looked at their bylaws and liked it, this was something that was proposed there.
Okay.
But that is entirely up to you as to whether or not you want to include that or not.
Well, I guess just in reading it, it means that a person that wanted to take advantage of this they could rent it 12 weeks of the year, right? Am I right? 3 months of the year they could rent it. The other 9. Am I not reading this right?
Meaning that the owner has to live there 9 out of 12 months.
Yeah.
But during the entire year, they could still
rent out.
the second bedroom or the primary house, whether in the ADU or whatever that situation is. It's just saying that the owner has to be there at least 9 months of the year.
Okay.
They can't just be gone.
So in a situation where the house doesn't have an ADU, which is most of the towns,
Right, yep.
most of the homes in Milton.
Yep.
If somebody wanted to take advantage of this, they can only take advantage of it for 3 months of the year.
I don't think that's the way
No, I think
this
it,
No.
I think
paragraph
it's,
covers that.
I think it's intended for people that have like a vacation home, right? So you're gonna spend the summer on the Cape and you're not gonna be there for the summer.
Yeah.
Or you snowbird.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you don't wanna preclude those homeowners from being able to do short-term rental. So
Okay.
you're basically saying that it's okay if you're away 3 months a year.
Okay,
That's how I read it. That's sort of
Right,
a
yeah,
practical
that's
take
right, I
on it.
understand.
okay, so that means that any home
Mhm.
that doesn't have that situation where there's an ADU that you could, start sleeping in your ADU and renting out the rest of your house, right?
Mhm.
So, cause most of the town doesn't have that, most of the homes are like yours, or mine, or Cheryl's, or yours. They could only rent it 3 months a year.
No.
No.
No?
No, in
That- we
order,
need to
in
do
order
that
for,
in a
in order
different
for it to be,
provision,
in order
John.
for it to be considered owner occupied.
Yeah.
Carolyn, jump in if I'm not
Hmm?
doing this right. In order for it to be considered owner occupied, you have to be there for at least 9 months of the year.
Right.
So that's the owner occupied leg of the stool. The rights to rent it as a short-term rental, that's a different leg of the stool. And a good question would be, who's in charge if you're away for 3 months?
What is,
If you're using it as
Paragraph
a
C
short-term
above.
rental, who's enforcing the house rules if you're away for 3
Right.
months in the winter and
Right.
you're using it as a short-term rental? That's a fair question. Maybe you're not supposed to be renting it during those 3 months as a short-term rental, I don't know, but so am I characterizing that correctly, Carolyn?
Right, that's exactly it, is that I think the intent here was you want short-term rentals to be owner occupied or owner adjacent so that there is someone who's at this property and responsible for making sure that, somebody doesn't set the house on fire with a fire pit in the backyard. But we didn't want to preclude people who may go to Florida or Arizona for the winter from being able to ever rent out. So yeah, the 9 to 12 months per year goes to the property owner and the amount of time that they must reside at the property in any calendar year. But those 3 months that the owner is in Florida or is in Arizona or wherever, there's nothing in here that says that you can't rent out the short-term rental when the owner is away. We could add something like that in.
Well, that might
And
be when they want to rent it out. As long as they had a person who was responsible while they're away, right?
how do you-
Right, that's
how do
where
you-
paragraph G, the name of the person,
Yeah.
assuming that it is not going to be just the owner, but whoever could be the contact person, would have to be identified.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask my question in a different way. In this situation, let's say it's my house, I do not have an ADU. Could I take advantage of short-term rental 12 months of the year?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm not reading this properly.
I know,
I
I'm
must
reading
be-
it the
I must
way
be getting
Sean is
tired
reading it.
because
That's
It
how I
reads,
am
here's how I
too.
read it. I'm gonna read it word for word. A property owner or indirect property owner must reside in the dwelling unit operated as a short-term rental for a minimum of 9 out of 12 months during each calendar year. End of sentence. When I read that, that tells me that if I'm gonna use my home for short-term rental, I have to reside in it for 9 out of 12 months, meaning I can only rent it out for 3 months.
No, cause you can
No,
still
yeah.
live there and rent out a bedroom.
Yeah,
Or 2
yeah.
bedrooms while you're there, which is the old original way Airbnb worked, right? 'Cause you
Yeah, this
rented
is
out a
like,
bedroom.
yeah, exactly, right, that you're there. You're there with the
And
people that
you're-
are using it.
Would it be better, Sean, if it said something like,
Of
in
course.
order to,
Well, I guess what it means is, you're renting out a portion
Yes.
of
Right.
your residence, and it doesn't,
Yes.
maybe we need to add a couple of words, because, I'm reading it, not recognizing that, yeah, I could rent out a bedroom, I could,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Without recognizing that you're gonna rent out a bedroom, which I guess happens, right?
Yeah, people do it, people still do it, it's not as common as it was when the platform first started, but people still do it.
Yeah.
They share their kitchens and their bathrooms and their whatevers,
Yeah,
people do it.
You know, I graduated from college and my mother started charging me room and board, I guess she was
Early Airbnb.
You know, now that I think about it, she was way ahead, long before Airbnb. I guess not recognizing that it's a portion of the home that can be rented is where I was getting hung up, because that sentence, I don't know, Carolyn, maybe we can think a little bit about that.
You certainly can, because I think that that's a valid way of interpreting it. The only thing I would go back to is if we go back to section 3, paragraph A, it starts with no dwelling unit or part thereof shall be used as short-term rental unless you have registered in compliance with this particular chapter. So I understand we could perhaps repeat here because I understand what you're envisioning by this. Someone could only rent out a portion of their house as a short-term rental, still go to Florida for the winter, and still have the house partially occupied as a short-term rental.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if that is not what we want, then we'd have to rewrite this paragraph to insist that an owner or an owner's representative must be on premises anytime it's being used as a short-term rental. I mean, we do require that there has to be the emergency contact person who will respond within 2 hours, and that could be someone other than the owner, particularly for those 3 months.
I think having an owner's representative there goes back to the protection that having the owner there is. So I do think that makes sense. And that would probably still alleviate the kind of situation that we heard about in East Milton with the large number of people at a party. So
I think that'll make a huge difference.
yeah, I think that would allow that option for folks, but it still puts a protection in.
You'd like to have like an on-site owner's representative whenever the owner is away?
Not on site, but just accessible?
Well, I'm thinking on site because
So someone
that's
has to
the
move in?
protection that having the owner on site provides neighbors. So why give it up?
But is that realistic to have someone move in?
So
Someone move
would
into
have
your
to move
home?
in. Someone would have to
for 3
move in
months?
if you wanted to use
I
it
don't know.
while you're away
Is that
as a
realistic?
short-term rental.
It's like having a dog sitter coming
Yeah.
when you're away or a caretaker
I think that's
coming when
gonna-
you're away.
I think that seems, I
Alright.
don't know, that
Burden
seems a
some.
little
Alright,
onerous
alright.
to me.
I think that's one of those things that should be discussed in a broader public venue because it's that kind of protection, I think, gets to the points that Maggie brought up earlier.
Like as a neighbor, what would you want?
Mm-hmm.
So you asked the gentleman who came in at our last meeting, what would you want? He's obviously not happy with how it's happening now, so what would make him comfortable?
Yes, short of that, which isn't having someone that respond within 2 hours and address the issue, and if not, they're penalized, isn't that?
Well, I mean, also think of it, I mean, owners aren't always home, they travel, they do other things, they might go away for the weekend, I mean, we're not gonna say that you can't leave your home. So I guess that's the other thing, right?
Yeah.
That you're not always going to have
Right.
the person home. I mean, even if they're just out for the evening and dinner and somebody's there. So I do think that's a good point that you bring up, Liz.
And maybe it's one of those things that we kind of have to live with it and see what happens. And if something's not working,
Yeah.
then we have to come back and tweak
address.
it. Because there's so many different scenarios that could happen.
Right.
Depending on the owner.
Carolyn, this, I think we were all agreed this will move forward as a general bylaw. It doesn't have the same type of process as a zoning bylaw.
Right.
Right, so there really isn't a required public hearing. Similar to a zoning bylaw, I don't know that there is.
No, there is no requirement. That is not to say you couldn't have one if you want to get greater public input. Kind of going back to Maggie's point, we're going down this path of drafting a bylaw assuming that this is something that the majority of the folks, or at least the majority of people who show up at town meeting, want to see adopted. You could very well find out that the majority of folks who show up do not want short-term rentals in their neighborhoods at all. So you could certainly have a public forum. You could have a public hearing, but there is no requirement for general bylaw to have that hearing prior to going to town meeting.
Well, given that we have representative town meeting, and so the people who are coming will be our town meeting members, I definitely think we should have a public forum at any rate. Whether it needs to be a formal hearing that's advertised, in the paper and all that, is another story, but definitely a public forum.
I agree. Maybe the Council on Aging, have it's a broader, just, yeah. Okay, good. So then we can move to E, which Carolyn had a question on. I'm not sure if we need this paragraph. Do we want to establish the types or amounts of insurance?
I mean, it is typical to require some kind of insurance. I mean, people insure their house. And we certainly, I think we would not necessarily want to have a situation where we're allowing somebody who's let their homeowner's insurance lapse.
Right.
Wouldn't necessarily want to discover that, some tragedy happens. I just don't know that we're certainly not necessarily, and by we, I mean me, I'm not in a position to say you must have comprehensive general liability
Right.
and property damage, et cetera, and sit here tonight and tell you whether that should be $500,000 per occurrence or $1 million in the aggregate. I think if we want to require insurance, I think that is something that the town and perhaps the town administrator could reach out to the town's insurance agent and get some input on that.
That's good.
Yeah, there's there's a scenario that I think is concerning in this area. This I think it's a good topic of conversation. Let's say, for example, that a person applies, and is granted, a registered short-term rental unit, and they do not have property insurance. And there's a fire in the home, and the occupant, the occupant doesn't survive the fire. Where is the town's liability having granted, a registered rental unit in the property owner? Maybe we're fine, but everybody gets dragged into court, and you end up spending years defending yourself and spending money. I'm not sure what the right answer is, but
I like.
There is.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just was gonna say, Lexington had a very simple line about this, which I sort of liked. All short-term rental operators shall maintain liability insurance appropriate to cover the short-term rental use.
And Mass state law says it's $1 million.
Is that too broad in general, Lexington?
I don't know. I think we should defer to.
Yeah,
Or maybe it's just in compliance with
The state law says 1 million.
Yeah, there's a threshold for rentals. I think once you get past 30 days, insurance companies view your rental differently than if you're renting it for less than 30 days. I know from my insurance friends, that is a threshold. So, maybe we consider that, within it if you're, I'm not sure. I think that 30-day number of days is important to insurance companies. The risk, obviously, I think is greater, if it's being rented out for a longer period of time.
okay. Pin on that. Be determined to get more information. Okay. And I would trust, Liz, that you, if you find that information out, could maybe communicate with Carolyn on that to draft language as appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely, yep, I'll follow up, I'll be following up with
Yeah.
Nick anyway and try to, in reach out for information that way and also do some homework myself.
So next item was G. Carolyn, if you wanted to talk a little bit about this.
Sure. So this, again, comes out of one of the samples, and says that, there has to be this log of occupants, meaning whoever is renting the short-term rental, that the operator has to maintain this log, and the log must be made available for inspection by any town official upon request. If we were talking about hotels and motels, there's actually state law that says the guest logs must be made available to the police department, but upon request. But this idea that we're going to tell any town official, anyone who might have rented a short-term rental, one, I pause and say, what's the necessity for that? Why do we need to know who is necessarily in a short-term rental, unless, of course, something goes wrong? Someone commits a crime, or there's some property damage or something like that, in which case you'd likely get the police involved. And then I think the police could certainly say to the operator, I want to know who was in your short-term rental on, February 14th, 2025. Fine. I just don't, I think it's a little too broad to say that that log shall be provided to any town official upon request.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Me too.
I would too. I mean, this, while I think it's important to have some record here, I think this paragraph really is worth thinking through a little bit. It's more than I think is necessary.
Keeping a log is very cumbersome.
Most people aren't gonna do it. I
And
think
it comes down, yeah.
they'll just ignore it.
Well, if they're renting through Airbnb, let's say, you're gonna gather their information that way. So you could access that through that service. So maybe it's unnecessary to add that in. I mean, you're not gonna collect a license plate on their Airbnb, but you're still gonna get their name, their address, their email, their phone number, right?
With one person.
Of one person, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think this
Yeah.
is
Just saying everyone.
all of the occupants, isn't it?
Home
The
addresses of
registry log
occupants.
of occupants, so it's everybody.
Yeah, one of the things that you might think about here is not including children's names. That seems like if you're gonna rent a place, hell no, all three of your children's names are listed here, they're not responsible for that
Yeah.
rental. It's
Right.
you and your spouse who are responsible for it, right?
Maybe we refer to adult occupants.
I would think so.
Okay.
And I know we talked about this before, but I agree about what's the necessity of the license plate number on the car, except to enforce some kind of parking, but even that,
We're going to require off-street parking. You're right. Why do we need to know the license plate number?
so if I think about when I've been required to provide a license plate number when traveling, it's to make sure that the car is properly parked in the parking lot for that facility,
Yeah.
Right.
so that they don't tow it
Yeah.
or what have you, but that doesn't seem like a likely need here.
It could be a very infrequent need, but I think it's just an identification thing. Every one of us have our cars, the town knows your registration, my registration, right? And all they're asking is we wanna be able to identify the vehicle that's registered to who it is.
And some of them might be rental cars if it's somebody who's visiting.
Yeah. Which you wouldn't know when you're filling this out for Airbnb.
But I do think having it available to the police rather than any town
Town
official
official.
makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think it's every town official, that's way too.
So,
What
but
about
so
the
how,
Board of Health though?
well, how are you gonna
The
secure this, now that I'm thinking about this? If you're going through Airbnb, you don't do that on Airbnb, so then when the person gets there, do you have to communicate with them directly and ask them for that? Is that what we're suggesting the operator needs to do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
pretty, we
Okay.
wouldn't even know if this log existed unless there was a reason to ask the operator
ask for it,
the
right.
log, you know? So, I suppose the other thing you can do is that, tell the operator to submit the log. But, you do that, then you have somebody here that has to be responsible for
Yeah.
receiving it and all that.
But that doesn't, I mean, there seems some privacy issues with it's not associated with some complaint. You
And if
know,
it's
like
just
where
a
does the data go?
If it's a parking complaint, the neighbor can call the police that night. The police would come out and just ticket the car.
Right, just ticket it.
So this seems like it's could cover something more extreme. It was not just a parking. You know, like something
Well, right, I mean,
happened.
this is where if there was some serious crime that happened.
Yes,
There's everybody to track down these people.
Mhm.
And I guess the police would be the only ones, as Carolyn said, who would need that kind of information to track somebody down.
I-
Because if you think about like a rental car, that's a way to track somebody down.
Mhm.
That you don't have a license number, like a driver's license number or any form of identification associated with this, just a name and address, right? So, I mean, I would think it's,
I can definitely see the reason for wanting to keep the log. And I think having the police have the access makes sense, and if it turns out that you need to add in, like the Board of Health, for instance, because it could be something to do with their inspection, or you know what I mean? That, over time you could sort of add maybe those additional players in. But I do think it's important to have that record of who's in that short-term rental.
If someone is registered and if I have the right to rent it, is there any reporting required, as to how their rentals are changed or how frequently someone comes in? The town, somebody could rent it all year long, there could be 10, 12, 14 different rentals.
Well, that depends if you want a limit. If you
Yeah.
want a limit.
Yeah.
That circles back
We'll
to
get
the
to that.
question on that, The
reason I ask that
minimum
is I'm thinking
stay.
of the volume of information of occupants and license plate
Well,
numbers.
I mean, this is a rental agreement. Like when I use an Airbnb, I give this information.
Right.
So it's really just a question of how it's collated.
But you're not giving your license plate, I guess what I'm getting at,
I've given my license
oh
plate.
yeah?
Yeah.
On Airbnb?
Well, cause I've stayed in,
Okay.
I've stayed in downtowns where, there's no off-street parking or there's no on-street parking and or whatever, so I've been in situations where I had to give it for an Airbnb, similar to to a hotel.
Right.
So I think it's really, I mean, all this information, if you're renting from somebody, this information is passing hands. So it's really kind of a question of how it's collated. I think it's or collected or whatnot. I don't think this is burdensome for someone who's running a rental operation.
Yeah.
Personally.
I mean, what Cheryl said earlier about adults and not children is, I think that's something we probably should just not require children's names.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any adult.
Good, and police do that. Right. Access. Good, anything else? Move to the next. Under K, Carolyn said, do you want to include the dogs must be leashed or secured in a fenced area when outdoors? I think that's not a bad idea.
well, we have a leash.
We have a leash law though, yeah, I did.
but that might not be that evident as a short-term renter. So I don't think it hurts to include it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I would think, yeah, include it.
Yeah,
I don't think
with the
renters are gonna be
short-term
going through our
renter,
bylaws. I don't think renters are going through our bylaws.
But it shouldn't be our burden to explain it to them either,
Yeah,
but I
right.
think somewhere in here it should say that any renter is, is expected to follow all the bylaws of the town.
I think it does say that, it does
Yeah.
say that,
But I'm okay
but this
writing
will-
it in, cause a
yeah.
pet is not an unusual, right, people always have pets.
The other thing someone had suggested that perhaps not allowing them to have outdoor fire pits. Cause it could create a danger and it would create more noise. That's in my informal survey, that was one suggestion. And I don't know,
Or
Is that any different from having a patio or a deck? You know, it's still gonna be a place where people can gather.
Yeah.
And generate some noise and maybe disturb neighbors.
so that was the, just, you know, I
To
don't
think
have an
about.
opinion, yeah, just to think about.
So under K, I, occupancy limits, this is where we were talking about this earlier. According to the town's bylaws, this is from Newton's, should this be according to the state building code? Alternately, some communities allow 2 people per bedroom for maximum occupancy. And I feel like we just talked about that at one point,
I thought we talked about 2 people per bedroom.
2 people per bedroom, I think is,
that is what we discussed, yeah.
Yeah. and I think we all
Yeah.
agreed on that. Okay. Anything else on this page? Okay, M. Carolyn, do you wanna just talk about that real quick?
Sorry, I was typing.
Oh, that's
On the-
okay.
So that's okay. So this kind of goes to what I was saying earlier. You know, the definition of a short-term rental by state law excludes hotels, motels, and lodging houses. But this was a provision, again, in one of the samples, that if your short-term rental is classified as a lodging house under the building code, you have to have a sprinkler system. I don't know that we need to have that here. It may very well be that I can't really speak to why Lexington did that, given the fact that the definition by state law specifically excludes lodging houses. I think it is important with respect to the definitions to let people know that a lodging house that a short-term rental is not a lodging house. But I don't think we have to put a requirement in here for sprinkler systems for those types of lodging houses. 9:28 p.m.
I like the Lexington
Mm-hmm.
approach more, yeah.
Okay.
Or are you saying you don't think we need anything here?
I don't think it's necessary, but I do understand that, we're looking at this, or, I'm looking at this from the perspective of someone, I know what the definition is by state law. But, I recognize that someone who's just a property owner in town may not understand that there's a difference between a lodging house versus a short-term rental. So I don't see any harm if we substitute instead just the Lexington language that just simply says short-term rental shall not be located in the same dwelling unit as a rooming or a lodging house. I think that covers it.
Are lodging houses allowed in Milton? Should I know that?
Good question, I don't know.
If they're not allowed, then maybe we don't even need this at all.
Are they allowed in the business district? I don't know.
I didn't think they were, but
I didn't
I
think
was-
so either, but I know that there was a planning board member some time ago who was interested in the Airbnb bylaw, and there was a draft prepared,
Okay.
but it didn't make it to town
Couple of
meeting.
years ago?
Hmm?
A couple of years ago or longer, or?
Emily Ennis, so when was she on the board?
10 years.
10 years ago, maybe?
Is this where, Carolyn, Cheryl had reached out to me with, a couple of things for clarification that are in the current bylaw. Did you, I feel like this is interrelated, right?
It is
Yeah.
interrelated,
Yeah,
yes.
so maybe this is a good time to, did you see that? I apologize, I sent it to you kinda late in the day today.
I did not, no.
Okay. So some of the language in the current bylaw, the zoning bylaw around the definition of family, and then the accessory uses, accommodation and renting space to not more than 3 lodgers, boarders as paying guests, not considered, are hereby declared not to be accessory uses within the meaning of the bylaw. So I mean, so that to me translated
Sounds good,
into you can't do a lodging house because it's 4 or more,
Okay.
right? I think.
But this is where
And
I
then-
also
and I-
thought that you could rent it out to folks, but there's not a duration. And you can rent out part of your house to non-related people. That's why I always had
Mhm,
heard that
mhm.
was.
Right.
That's always
What that
been my
meant.
understanding too.
Right, so I just would like some clarity
But
on
that's
how
not a
these
short term,
relate.
but that's not a short term rental.
But that doesn't say any length on it.
And I don't know that you can prohibit somebody from renting a couple of bedrooms in their house as to boarders.
But is a boarder someone for a particular duration? By definition anywhere.
I don't think it's a duration, I think it's like the nature of how they live in the house. It like has to do with like sharing the kitchen and I think traditionally boarding actually meant they got fed.
It sounds like I should go home tonight and tell my kids for rental agreement. I check every box you
There's boarders.
Room and board.
Yeah.
Your children, but your boarders too.
Yeah, so I think the main thing is just to make sure that this is not in conflict with what we're looking at tonight. I mean, the definition of family is from 2006. That might be something that needs to be looked at during the recodification.
It's definitely something that came up in the past, but I think that may have come up with the ADU discussion, definition of family being antiquated.
That's a nice word.
Usually are. I'd like to find the building commissioner out there who's knocking on doors to say, show me your papers that you're within, 1 degree of relation to this person. Doesn't exist.
Right,
Okay,
So-
I will look at that.
okay,
That's
thank
great,
you.
so we'll double check that, but
Mhm.
we would like to go with that Lexington version if we can, if it's not a conflict, right? Is that how we're?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about rooming or lodging houses in nothing's coming up in a search, but
Okay.
again, let's take a closer look at.
And just on that quickly, would that be considered a business use? And is that something that is explicitly called out as a use under a business district? It's just a general question, I don't know. Offhand.
Well, at the same time, a short-term rental could also be considered a business use.
Mhm.
This is where the table of uses will be very helpful.
It really would be, yes, I agree.
I look forward to that,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, enforcement, I don't think there was anything here, select board authority. Should-
Oh, wait,
Oh,
I
you
have
had
a
something?
question
Yeah.
about subject to the fine in the amount of up to 300 per offense. My question is, what is the fine for violation of other bylaws? Is that consistent?
I would suggest taking out the fine amount again and refer to the schedule of fines somewhere.
Yep, cause that could change.
And so then that would be the same in E.
Right.
Then, Madam Chair, I think you were going to
I was just gonna,
um,
talk about
Section 8 of
authority.
Select Board Authority. Again, that would just be establishing whether it's the Select Board, Board of Health, whoever you think is appropriate to sort of administer all of this and establish, an application form and adopt fees, et cetera.
I think that makes sense as a general bylaw. It should be a select board through the town administrator's office to work on behalf of the select board maybe.
If they set the process, they can delegate it to, right? To the health department or inspection services or whomever.
And as far as effective date is concerned, being a general bylaw, it doesn't take effect until the Attorney General ultimately approves it. But if you wanted to push out the effective date to allow, as we were talking about earlier, sort of allow the schedule to come into sync with our town meeting and when registrations would start to be issued, you could put in a later effective date if you wanted to do so. We could also just take out Section 9 entirely. And as soon as we get the approval letter from the Attorney General, then the bylaw is deemed in effect.
That seems fine with me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Carolyn, one thing that, as we're nearing the end of this, I remember from the review I put together, do we need to address anything about grandfathering in existing units?
Not, so where this is a general bylaw, there is no protection like that would be afforded to any existing short-term rentals. If it were a zoning bylaw, and if we were going to say that, short-term rentals were now only going to be allowed in, residence A and not residence B. Well, a short-term rental in residence B that has existed could arguably be protected.
Okay.
We don't have that issue with respect to a general bylaw, where you've also decided not to impose a town-wide cap on them. There isn't anyone who could come forward and say, hey, I operated a short-term rental for years, but now I'm not going to be allowed to anymore because you're only allowing 50 licenses per year to be issued. I don't think we have to address that at all.
Okay, that's great.
I think the question for the board, limiting the aggregate number of days is something Sean brought up earlier. And I do think that's probably a good place to start, because we can see how this goes. I think to your point, also Maggie, what that number is, I don't know. You refer here to Lexington.
Right.
What did they limit it to?
120 for some reason is my,
That's what I thought it was either 120 or 180.
It sounds right.
I see Barrington has 150, but I thought 120 was,
120 would be 4 months.
yeah.
Lexington was 120.
Okay.
So I think we plug in 120 and this gets public discussion.
Now, the other part of this is that, do we just want to limit folks to 120 days per calendar year for use as a short-term rental? Or is it only if the owner operator is not actually occupying the unit?
I thought they have to anyway.
Well,
Well, they'd have to,
Pretty much.
they'd have to at least be owner adjacent, or we go back to that other provision where you have to prove that you reside at least 9 months out of the year.
I just think it's a general applies
right.
across the board.
whether they're 12 months or 9 months.
Okay,
Put the limit at 120.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay,
And that way, if it's 9 months, you could, in theory, rent out those 90 days. Well,
You could.
you could.
And if we determine a shortest duration, then we'd effectively determine the number of times it could rent.
Turnover,
So if we said, yeah. Whatever we might say.
okay, so do you need this then by July 9th? Was that the deadline?
So, Liz, the select board is aware of this, article. Their timing was early July, or is there a finite date in July?
I was trying to get a better sense of that finite date. I still sort of have early July as the timeframe. So I will have a conversation with the town administrator and see, confirm what he needs by what date,
Okay,
okay? And if it's a little bit earlier that week, it might be a bit earlier that week, it could be
I thought
closer.
it was the 7th.
That number, that date is kind of stuck in my head, and I don't know if that's the night the select board is scheduled to meet.
Probably is, but
July
I still
7th.
think we should, I wouldn't be comfortable submitting this with as much change as we discussed tonight. I
Yeah.
would like to review on the 9th and probably vote the language to submit on the 9th, knowing that we might revise it further.
We put a pin in how many things? Half a dozen things, right? Yeah, so.
So the CPC committee met the other night, CPC met the other night, and we're trying to do a couple things that are out of the norm for Tucker and for Atherton because of the time sensitivity with that. And the chair of that let me know that through Nick, the select board is meeting on the 14th and the 21st.
Okay.
And so they might not have their stuff till then,
Okay,
so.
okay.
Great.
I did kind of hear that,
Okay.
a couple of those
Yeah.
dates, but I didn't wanna, but that's helpful. And so I think, after a conversation, I think with Nick to confirm that, I think we could, and honestly, like I wasn't suggesting that the board wouldn't need to kind of convene again and resolve these things. I was just trying to figure out if there was a way to sort of, kind of produce a certain level of documentation to kind of get the process underway. More that than anything. So the long answer after all that is our next meeting's July 9th. So we would be looking for that by then, right?
okay. I will get that to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here tonight. We
Mhm.
really, we needed you to help us walk us through a few of these things, so we really appreciate it. It's
No problem.
so
I will get this to you as soon as I can.
great.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Have a
So,
great.
just one last thing, because you're not available on the 9th,
Correct.
if there's anything that you think needs discussion by the board that like you highlighted here tonight, does it make sense for you, Liz, to meet with Carolyn to run through it so that you can sort of be a stand-in for her for the 9th?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, would you have some availability, Carolyn, that week to just kind of run through things?
Yeah, and I think it might make sense, Liz, to let me turn around the revisions that you have discussed tonight and clean this up a little bit.
Okay.
And then I think we can, as I have been doing, I'll highlight the things that still remain outstanding items that require some decisions to be made.
Okay,
Sounds
and
good.
and I'm gonna get better at track changes, because that was a comment with the sign by law. I need to improve, I need to up my track changes game.
Just make sure you turn it on.
Fantastic, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Vogue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
And I mean, if, would hate to do it, but if we needed to add like another just quick meeting just to go over anything,
Mhm.
if you needed before the 9th, that week before.
Yep.
Sometimes we would have just a short, just meeting just to
Sure,
vote
yeah,
on or something if we needed to discuss it.
okay, yep, to get a quorum and maybe even just
If we need it,
100%
but
online potentially,
Hopefully
that
we
sort of
won't
thing.
need to, I think it sounds like it's gonna work with the
Timing.
select, with the timing, cause
Yeah.
we would like to have this pretty tightened up before
Mhm.
starting to send it out, cause that's when things get confusing for board committee. There's changes made and
Right,
That just-
absolutely. And to have anything that's potentially, if there are any potential tweaks with zoning, that's gonna have to get synced up too. Because those zoning amendments will have to get submitted as
Right.
well.
So
So,
will you be able to draft that? I think it's a very simple amendment for the MBTA communities, for the 15%.
yeah, I was gonna just take a quick crack at it and then just send it to Carolyn.
Because we should vote on that at our next meeting too, because that's, we wanna
Yeah.
submit that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was it, that would be, we'd be teeing up for.
Right.
Because I had the recodification, the 15%, and then I think we already talked about the exterior stair question. It sounds like there's a desire to sort of continue to have conversations back and forth in terms of the rules and regulations and sort of see how that's kind of playing out as opposed to moving forward with a zoning change.
Right.
Right, that was my understanding.
Mhm.
Okay. And so yeah, so those were the items that I had flagged for fall.
anything else on that? Okay, we can now move to agenda item number 5, master plan committee appointments. Everyone received the list of applications and the folks who have already been appointed. I have to say, I think in the town of Milton, we are so fortunate to have so many really talented people. I mean, the people who come forward and put their names and go through the process of applying, we have just a tremendous amount of talent in the community, so I just wanna thank everybody for their applications. What
Can I make the first nomination for our own representative?
well, can I, listen, I just was gonna talk about that, so I think I was just gonna say,
Mhm.
have our planning board representative first, and then we'll do the 2 others. And I would take a,
Well, I'd like to
Nomination.
suggest or nominate Hal, because Hal expressed interest in this when we talked about all of our committee assignments. And he's got requisite qualifications for it. So, Hal, are you interested in it?
I am interested in it. I would be interested in serving on the committee.
So I was going to nominate Sean to be the planning board's rep. I think with his experience the past several years on the planning board and just his experience and his professional 4 years of construction and he has a strong understanding of land use and infrastructure and he understands people and I didn't know Sean very well before the planning board, but I've found him to be very fair and extremely respectful and a true consensus builder. So I was going to nominate him.
so I was also thinking of Sean, and I just with the other candidates, I just wrote down a few notes, on this, just to remind myself. And I appreciate, and I value everyone on this board, and the talent. Sean, I think, comes with an understanding of real estate and construction issues, environmental impacts, the economics of Milton's town budget, coming from a financial and economic perspective, which and really, I hear you often speaking on the cost benefit analysis and development impacts, such as what required infrastructure would be, impacts of traffic, issues that our town, really suffers from as we've seen development projects come in. An understanding of the importance of preservation of historic assets and open space, looking at sustainability, but yet also the cost impacts to a developer with stretch codes and balancing those, how we work with both. I think, Sean, you have strong communication skills and an importance of understanding the process when providing updates to the select board and the planning board, as well as recommendations. I would feel would have very strong communication skills. That's been something that really, and how, as an architect, you have some great things. We do have an architect on, Rob Lavash, who I think is gonna bring a great perspective for, looking at development projects, or recommendations, but also he has a Parks and Rec, he's been working on that. So I would second Maggie's, but we haven't asked Sean, so.
Well, I appreciate the endorsement and the kind words, and I appreciate your offer to do it too,
Yeah.
Val. I definitely am interested and I'd like the position, if the board is inclined, to endorse me as the candidate for the planning board. I think I've learned, although I've lived there for a long time, I think the beginning of really understanding Milton probably started with me really understanding Milton probably whatever I'm in now, my 15th or 16th year as a town meeting member, and that's when I really started to understand what was our town. Because if you don't get involved in town meeting, it's really hard to get involved in a board. But the past 4+ years with you guys, and the others that have served, I think has informed me in a way that would be very helpful, to participate in the master plan committee. I promise, I won't do it for as long as you did it, I promise.
No one wanted
It's
to
a
do it
one-year
for a while,
term.
Is that right? Oh my
I've
God.
It is a
offered it
one-year
up like
term.
4 years in
Yeah.
a row and nobody else wanted to take it, so we got close to the end and I wanted to make sure I saw it through, but.
Yeah, no, and you were dedicated to it for so long, and I think one of the challenges in town is volunteers, people willing, to take on some of these responsibilities. I wouldn't, and if the board sees me as a good candidate, then I would do it.
So I have a question for you, Sean. The MPIC issued a report and it has a number of recommendations in it. Do you see that report as the stepping stone of what needs to happen next? Or do you think that report needs to be revisited?
I don't.
There was the work of a committee of
Yeah.
6 to 7 people over 10 years, putting their cumulative experience on that committee together. I would want to see you answer yes, you see it as as a kind of a roadmap forward of what needs to be done, at least as a starting point.
Yeah, I think it is a starting point, and I do think it is, you know, it's a roadmap that's been identified, and I think how we get there is really the challenge, you know. The one thing that I clearly recognize as a town is whatever we do, and I've said this for probably the time that I've been on the board, we have to be able to do it in balance, you know, I mean, there are so many priorities that we have in town, and we can't accomplish all of them, and all of them to the full extent that we want to accomplish all of them, so I accept what's been created, and I think it's gonna take, obviously, there's 9 people, right? I mean, there's a group of people that consensus is gonna have to be achieved in order to, you know, accomplish what's out there. But I'm not looking for a world to start over, you know, I'm looking to participate with a group of people and figure out, you know, how can we accomplish what's been, you know, identified, you know, and can it be? Can it be? So I'm, Cheryl, if your thought is, you know, am I interested in, you know, turning the table over, no, I'm not, I don't have any interest in that. I don't.
No, I know you were unhappy with the way we arrived at the recommendation to go to town meeting. And I recognize that process that many of you were unhappy with. But I also want you to appreciate and respect the work that the committee did. I'm one representative, I happened to be the chair, but I represented the wishes of the entire committee. And, you know, I think moving forward, of course, things should be reviewed and see if the committee, you know, his work continues to be justified, our recommendations continue to be justified, if new recommendations surface. But I would say that, you know, I would find it respectful if you agreed that that was your starting point, is to understand everything that went into
Yeah.
those recommendations first, and then see where they may be improved upon, changed, or what have you, but not to start day one to say, we're gonna revisit it.
I don't have any interest in abandoning or revisiting and
I
starting
see it
over.
moving
That's-
forward,
I-
yeah.
that would be pointless, you know, and yeah, I think what I had said, you know, prior to that town meeting is absolutely how I felt. I am an advocate for open communication, constant communication and dialogue, and I just felt that was missing, you know, the reality is, I remember when we passed that in town meeting, that committee was to make recommendations to the planning board, you know, that is written into the bylaw, that was it, so, and that's what I said, I felt that if a new committee was gonna be formed, we should have been informed, that was the consensus of that committee. So if I'm anything, I'm a communicator, and I'd like to think that I'm open-minded and fair, you know, you have strong opinions, and I have strong opinions, but, you know, I'll commit to, as a participant on that committee, if I'm chosen, I will be an open, you know, candid, honest, communicator.
So one thing, you know, that we all agreed was that any change to the master plan comes to this board, right?
Yeah.
And so it's really, the plan being 15 years old and the housing section we identified things that we really felt like needed the updates. Obviously, the housing section is gonna be informed by the housing production plan, the open space and rec by the plan that's underway. There's so many plans that are underway that, I think
Climate action plan.
the committee will need to be on top of all of those plans in order to be able to make the recommendation, and that's part of why, you know, it couldn't be decided exactly what needed to be updated until those plans were complete, otherwise we'd be getting ahead of the work of those committees. So if I'm being asked to you know, since the votes are such, and no one seconded my nomination for Hal, then I want a reassurance about your, you know, the way you see your role, and the way you see the work and the report that was done by the committee.
And just as a follow-up, I see Sean as that he approaches different issues in a very calm and non-confrontational manner. I feel like he has a strong conviction, but he also recognizes when there's an opportunity and a necessity for compromise. And especially when the compromise is in for the best interest of the residents. And I feel like he's always willing to work with others to find common ground. And that every decision, and he said it constantly, is guided by one simple principle. And it's what is the best for the people of our town. So I think that he will not, wanna throw everything away, cause so much good work has been done, and I think I have recognized how much good work has been done, and I think, Sean just has, so much respect from the community and because of his professionalism and his integrity. So I think he's a very thoughtful leader, and I've come to really appreciate sitting next to him, and I think if he's willing to step up. I was a little afraid to nominate you because I just wasn't sure what your time commitment was. But I'm glad that you're interested in it, because I think you really are a great asset to the board and to the town.
I appreciate your kind words. I'm only one of 9 people, if I'm chosen. I mean, there's 8 other people, I just happen to be on 1/9 of that committee.
So I would like to have Hal have an opportunity to speak. I mean, we
Sure.
both spoke at length about working with Sean because we've been on the board with Sean. We're all very new with working with Hal.
Yeah.
And don't have maybe as much information about Hal's background, his interests. And so for the public who might be watching and seeing who the candidates might be, I'd like Hal to
I agree.
say a few words.
Well, I think that you guys have laid out why Sean should be on the board, or why Sean should be on the committee. I think that I bring a different perspective, and that's I think important. I think that coming from P7 and having a young family is something that I would be bringing to be different, but I don't disagree with anything that you guys have spelled out for Sean. I appreciate the nomination. I think that Sean, in your time here, you've been able to offer a lot more comments than I have in the few weeks that I've been here. So, I look forward to continuing to prove to you and to live up to the things that you've said that Sean has been showing for the last 4 years, which I agree with. Do I think that I could bring a different perspective and something to the committee? Yes, but I understand that, the votes are gonna be what their votes are gonna be, and that's fine, and I support it and look forward to, hearing what you bring back to this board and discussing it. So I appreciate the nomination, but if you would like to, I guess it didn't get seconded, so it's not a thing anyway, so
Yeah, I am, thank you, I appreciate that, Hal, and I am 100%, I think that expression is really overused now, right? But I am totally committed to communicating with the planning board, from everything and anything that comes from that committee. I obviously am a member of this board with you all, so I have a tremendous amount of respect for the planning board and the role and the duty that the planning board serves. So if there's anything that I will, if there's anything that I'll guarantee communication from that committee, to the planning board and all of you. And if there's any matter that's discussed in that committee that I feel, we all should be aware of as a planning board, believe me, you will hear about it. I'll be totally committed to bringing those two groups together. I'm in that.
Great. So if there's no further discussion, we have a first motion and a second. We'll do all in favor for Sean, nominating the nomination of Sean.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it, thank you. And so now we have two other selections to make, and I just would like for anyone go through and express your thoughts and again, looking at the candidates,
So I would just like
Yeah.
to bring up just a couple of things that were
Yep.
set as criteria to make sure we're getting the diverse geographic region and the diverse skill set. So if we look at the geographic, we now have 2 precinct 9, 2 precinct 6, 1 precinct 2, 1 precinct 4A, and 1 precinct 10. So there's some sections of town that are not covered. This was something that the committee spoke quite a bit about, because we've even said at certain parts of town, there's a lot less participation in town government. So I'd like to nominate Robert Lynch from precinct 1. We've talked about wanting to put some planning effort into that part of town. He emailed us recently about that. He's been a town meeting member from precinct 1. Younger by comparison to some others that are, I think that's another part of the diversity, Hal touched on it, but I think that, younger families, people who've lived here, are starting, whether they're starting their families here, they have a long future here, some of us have been here a long time. And so, he's an attorney. We have one other attorney in our select board member, Pete Obersheimer, but I don't necessarily think that would be something which would let's say disqualify him, from being a strong candidate, a strong member of the committee.
I also believe he's been a member of the broadband committee for a number of years, which looks at town-wide issues. I think that he would be someone that would be beneficial to the board. So I don't know if it's appropriate to second it or but
why don't we
Go
just all
through?
go
Okay,
through like
okay.
who all of our candidates are, or like the 2 that you would recommend, or if there's others too, cause
Then there's,
you might have more than 2, and we'll sort of try to find.
I just wanna mention one it's intriguing because of age. Anderson Lamoureux, being a youth, bringing a youth perspective. When we think about sort of planning for the future, a lot of people talk about, whether their kids are going to be able to, stay or come back to this community, the community that they were raised in. Also, what kinds of activities are available to them, like whether it's open space and recreation, sporting activities or other things. And I think we all like to think as adults who raise children that we have all the answers. So I really was intrigued by Anderson Lamoureux's interest and it's a young resume, but it's an interesting resume of involvement in local government at the state level as an intern, but also in leadership in sports and in school. So I wanted to highlight that. And then also Ben Zoll's precinct 5. It's a part of town that also is not covered by others. He certainly has a unique perspective as a former select board member. So I would like to raise his as well.
Hal, do you wanna continue with any others that you like
yeah, I
were on
think
your
that
top list, cause I think we all like.
sure, I think that Anderson, for the same reasons that Cheryl mentioned, were intriguing. I think that having diverse perspectives is something that is important, and having someone that's just out of high school is definitely a diverse perspective compared to other members on the committee right now, and I think that generational difference would be something that would benefit the town. And then additionally, I think that Melissa Olson, she's in P3. She has been communications director and press secretary for politicians and for University, I believe, San Diego. And I think that she could bring a different perspective and maybe be able to communicate the work of the committee to the town and the public would be a benefit to the committee.
Well, it was hard to narrow it down, and unfortunately I wasn't able really to narrow it down to two. The first one I thought was really interesting was Nancy Vaughn's. And I didn't realize that what she had started, many years ago, for personal reasons for her daughter, I really enjoyed reading her narrative, and she started involved because of a personal issue, and she started this great program, Girl Power. And so in her narrative, and I can't seem to find it at the moment, but she talked about the importance of what's going on in the healthcare realm these days, and the importance of open space and access to open space, not just for kids, but also for our older population. And I think that's something that's missing, and it could be argued that it is not on our list of experience. But I think that was an oversight. I think we didn't quite get a chance to offer our input on all the different types of experiences that are really valuable to have on this committee. So I know her experience isn't listed, but I just think it's really a valuable experience to have. The other people were Mark Christo. We've come to know Mark Christo. He is right on top of all of the issues in town. He is very active in the whole MBTA discussion, and so he has great experience as a property manager, and working with all those other committees and commissions in Boston was really impressive. So I would support him. Also Jackie Bosworth, she has an interesting background. She was born into a family of developers and then married into developers, but she also grew up in town, and so she understands the importance of providing new opportunities. She's got 4 kids, who are now just growing up, and she understands just the need for different types of housing in town, but she has had an extensive career out in the professional world, and anybody who's a chemist is brilliant in my book. But and then
I'm sorry, is that?
Jackie Driscoll.
Jackie Driscoll. Jackie Bosworth Driscoll, yeah. And then Lindsay Sands, I've come to know her through the campaign that she just ran for planning board, and I think her work in the energy sector and sustainability is really interesting, especially since we recently passed the advanced stretch code, and she is an attorney as well, so she can help write and interpret legalese. So I think those are my 4 that I'm kind of looking at.
Sean, do you wanna go?
Sure. To be honest, some of the candidates I don't know. You mentioned Robert Lynch. I don't know Robert, so he's new to me. There's probably half I know and half I don't know. I obviously know Mark Driscoll, I know Mark from the time I lived in both in town. I know Nancy on. But to be honest with you, maybe I didn't do the homework assignment properly, but I kind of narrowed down my thoughts in terms of one candidate of this group because we're only gonna be able to pick one outside of here, so.
Two.
Two.
Yeah.
But Lindsay Sands, I think, is an excellent candidate in my opinion. She's a P2 person, which gives us some of that geographic balance.
We already have one P2 there.
Yeah. But she also, she is a sustainability person. You know, that organization that she's been a part of for a long time, I think 12 to 13 years. Ecology something, I don't know a lot about it, but it's right at the top of her resume, so it's something that she feels strongly about. I like the skill of legal minds. I think they think differently than a lot of, well, they think differently than me. But they bring a different perspective, to whatever committee that they're part of. And I think that's sometimes really, really valuable. She was obviously a person that ran the planning board, right? And although she didn't have votes, Hal did, but she had a lot of support in town. I don't know how many votes she had, but she had a lot of people that felt strongly about her as a candidate and voted for her. So she's been able to present herself to the town and get some thousands of votes. Hal might know more about how many votes she had, but and she was committed to serving for 3 years. And I think if you put yourself out there and commit to serving the role for 3 years, that is an indication of a person that's making a significant commitment. I know nothing about Lindsay personally. Some of the other candidates I know personally, but I think she'd be an excellent candidate. And I haven't really thought about if I had a second, who it would be.
If you want, we can come back.
Yeah.
You wanna think about it and
I'll think
you
a
can
little bit
just,
further about it, yeah.
cause we do get to
Thank you.
choose two this evening. So again, I agree with a lot of the things that other folks have said, and there were some really great applications, and the time that people put into, filling these out is greatly appreciated, because it does help. And for me, 2 rose to the top, although there were many others who I highly respect. Lindsay Sands, she's a previous town meeting member with a clear understanding in running of the work of the planning board, and the importance of aligning the work that the planning board does with the master plan. She understands the importance in the master plans of the way the master plan is written is balancing economics of new development and preserving the preservation of open space and the quality of life and the historic character of Milton. She, in her resume, coordinates with municipal and state officials quite frequently. And I actually am gonna just pull a little bit from some of the things she wrote, which again, the ability to evaluate complex commercial, I'm actually gonna read from this because it's evaluate complex commercial operational, regulatory, procurement, capital projects, and financial issues in a disciplined and balanced way. I feel her approach, and you'll see throughout what she wrote, is seeking approach in a balanced and thoughtful way. She working with commercial finance, operations, commercial human resources, and executive leadership to assess risk and understanding trade-offs. She, in her work, frequently coordinates with municipal and state official and agencies, which is one of our things that we look at. Much of her work involves balancing competing priorities, including cost certainty, flexibility, legal risk, operational impact, and long-term value. There were a couple of things that I just also highlighted. In her legal experience, in her current role, she supports operations, growth, governance, and strategic initiatives. She has in the past supported the launch of her company's net zero carbon steam products, advising on commercial structure. So the sustainability piece, she's clearly been quite involved with. And she also has experience previously in housing, and she currently serves as a board member of a community-focused sustainable development nonprofit supporting affordable housing, community development, energy efficiency, and decarbonization initiatives. So much of that she checks so many of the boxes of things that we're looking for. But I think really in getting to know her, the way she listens to all perspectives, I think she would bring a lot to the committee, and just her background in evaluating environmental infrastructure and impacts would be significant to the board.
Can I just
Yeah.
say one thing? But in fairness to all of those who have applied, I don't know many of these folks, and I don't want people who are watching to think because we don't know them, that they're at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
I think we need to think about everyone who's applied, whether we know them or not, on an equal basis. And I just wanted to get
And I
that
don't know
out there.
Lindsay well, I mean, I'll say I don't know her well, but the depth of, and that's why I've always, whenever I've been evaluated candidates, it's a resume, and it could be, it's the depth of the resumes that in my approach is looking to all of the different qualities and background and experience professionally and personally. So, I just
Because
I
I
like it.
just want the members, the folks who applied who may be watching, I just want them to
Certainly.
realize that because we don't know them doesn't mean they're not going to get, the same consideration as those that we do know.
Absolutely.
And I just want to get
Yeah.
that out there.
And there are very variable depth of experience, you might say, in certain areas, and I think that's what I'm trying to, which is what the charge is.
To the
Sorry,
point that you
Lindsay.
were making, Cheryl, I don't know Lindsay Sands at all. I've met her a couple times. I think I know Mark Bristow and Nancy Vaughn much better than Lindsay Sands. But and for those that are candidates, I want them to know that my endorsement has nothing to do with the personal relationship. It has to do with the qualifications that I see. And that's why I said what I said earlier. I think Lindsay Sands is an excellent candidate. It would be terrible if we had this process and it was all about personal relationships, like I said.
Right.
And Mark's probably watching tonight and Nancy's probably watching tonight, and I
Yeah,
enjoyed both of them very
Yeah.
much. I hope they're still friends. But for those that have listened to what you said, I want them to know that's
well then I'll go in and make my
keep going.
my other, the second person who to me, just in looking at sort of an overall holistic view of the master plan, one of the areas that I feel like really some strength is from Mark Bristow. Mark has a deep understanding of the work being done by the planning board. He, I think, attended every meeting during the MBTA zoning, just had thoughtful, respectful comments in understanding, and I think he has a clear understanding of the importance of implementation of the goals in the master plan and adhering to those goals of what is our current master plan. In addition to being very involved with the MBTA zoning, And the challenges, and he really recognizes, I think, the challenge to limit the impacts while creating new housing and expanding new development. There's strong value of historic assets and the need for preservation planning, which is in the master plan, but I think unfortunately, this has been an area of the master plan which is really, implementation has been lacking on this. And I think there's a lot of work that our town should be doing and what other communities are doing that I think that would be an area of the implementation. I think he could help. An example he used, he looks at, adaptive in his own personal professional work, adaptive usage of period buildings, how to reuse some of our, older existing buildings. He's involved with property management, housing, building renovation. Again, historic preservation, he understands the importance of working through architectural commissions. He has to go before, so understands the importance of having sometimes historic architectural review of possibly a local historic, something that we're looking at. He looks at the market analysis and trends, which I think is very important just from an economic standpoint for our town. Analysis of municipal property assessments, experience in public outreach, which we are very involved with in town when we're looking to implement some of these projects. Public outreach to with the stakeholders to have a positive impact on policy. Assessing a building's function, current use and condition, trends and potential future growth. And I just wanted to highlight, which I really liked, just his closing comments. I continue to build upon a lifelong passion and appreciation of the built environment, from design and function to the historic preservation of structure, including the selection of suitable building materials and composition, all key elements in ensuing compatibility to one's greater surroundings for the benefit of the community. So
I couldn't quite tell what his professional background is.
he is a real estate property owner. So he owns a lot of investment property
Okay, so.
in Boston and
Okay. That wasn't.
I believe in Milton and I think in Falmouth, in different geographic areas. So he intersects and he deals with tenants, he deals with a lot of housing issues, as well as development issues. And just he's really I learned so much about how our train system initiated in Milton and what was at one time, they were gonna bring high-speed rail through Milton and elevate platforms and I believe it was his father who's maybe involved with the train, with that originally. So he just has a keen understanding of how do we grow, how do we change, but yet what are are there mistakes that we have made in the past on a historic perspective, or as we're looking at our taking down some of our municipal buildings, how do we encourage preservation of these structures? I mean, if I've heard, I don't know how many times, we wish we still had our town hall, it's unfortunate that was lost. I think having what's in the master plan actually being implemented, he would offer an area I know you have some goals in this area on some preservation, the work that the master MPIC did, but I haven't really.
Yeah, so the master plan outlines, it has a historic preservation section, as you know.
Yeah.
The implementation of the historic preservation aspects of it following the historical commission and others who have done some work on it. As you'll recall, the implementation committee wasn't responsible for actual implementation. It was responsible for tracking it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was responsible to make a recommendation on where the plan should be updated. And the recommendations on historic preservation largely remained the same, but there were some things that have changed substantially, in terms of like climate change and sustainability, in terms of where
Well,
we are in our
demolition
housing.
delays, there's been demolition
Right.
delays, I'm sure that's.
And so I just wanna bring back to our one of the other charges with the selection, which is geographic diversity. The two that you mentioned, Meredith, are both in precinct 2, which would bring the total number of people from precinct 2 up to 3, so fully a third of the membership of the committee in a very small geographic area.
And I did take that into consideration,
Yeah,
that was something
I
that I
don't
did.
support that
Well, I
myself.
did take that into consideration, and part of my thinking in not only the depth of the applications and the way that I feel that they would fill voids that would be on the committee, is that the west side of town is going to be where the focus for our new development projects are going to be and possible new growth. And so I think it's not a bad thing to have representation from precinct 2 when this is gonna be something that we are gonna be looking at closely and will be an area that we'll be seeing potential new development and new projects.
I didn't realize
in
that
that
we're
area.
focused on new development in West
Well-
Milton, and I didn't necessarily think that precinct 2 was the focus of it. I thought precincts 1 and 10 are the focus of considered West Milton, as well as precinct 4 and 4A.
I think when you're looking at the there's Brook Road, there's a lot of areas
That's
that I
not
think,
precinct 2 though. It's
Part of
precinct
it's-
4.
well, in a and close to that area, I should say, I lived in precinct 2, and so I felt like that was my neighborhood. I would go to the food mart all the time, it was, so I just, to me, the depth of the applications overcame that, are we just doing it to plug precincts? I think that's, but I think it should be a consideration, and I have taken that into consideration, but I still feel these are two very and they're all, these are some great candidates everybody's discussed.
I would just like to advocate again for Rob. I think that Rob, proactively reached out to us about the planning, but I also know that he also reached out to me about the Boston Blue Hills. We had some conversations about that, about the program that was brought before the board before I was on. I think that having someone in P1 would be a really big benefit to your point, Meredith, that we're gonna be one of the long-term goals of the board is to focus on the west part of town, and I think that having someone on there would be beneficial, and not to discount and not to boil it all down to geographics. But I do think that each part of town experiences living in town a little bit differently. And I think that having that perspective would be beneficial to this new committee. I know I obviously ran against Lindsay and ran with her. Mark I've seen on, coming before the board a lot, not to discount them, but I think that having Rob on this committee would be a real benefit, so I strongly.
I also think it would show the part of Milton that feels as if they've been underrepresented and under-resourced, that we value a member from that community, in particular around where Blue Hills Parkway, Blue Hill Ave, and Truman Parkway come together, to really have a seat at the table. And I just realized that we've heard, not just from the planning board, but if you look at the community health assessment, it was pretty clear in there that folks in that part of town feel as if they are underrepresented. And I feel as if we would be saying if we appoint 3 people from precinct 2, that would be an indication to folks in other parts of town that there's a higher value there, or there's a higher importance. I think that doesn't send a message that I would like to send. So I think
And
there's
I
a
would
lot of
never
good
wanna send
candidates
that-
here.
yeah.
There's a lot of good candidates here,
There
so I think we can get geographic diversity and we can get a seat at the table and still get some of the other skill sets that you spoke about.
So I'm glad you brought up the community health assessment, and so that's why I think Nancy would be a great candidate. As you know, I think the Board of Health has written a letter to our, the state of requesting a healthcare capacity audit. And I think the health commissioner of the state replied and said, yeah, we are not prepared. We have too much density. We don't have a plan, and our region is not being well served by health. We're not prepared, and I think with Nancy's background, reaching out, working with Milton Hospital, getting grants with Milton Hospital, and really advocating for the health of our residents in all areas of town, the youth and also the older population. So I think she brings a very unique perspective.
That would be 3 people from P6 at that point then, just to echo that.
Yeah, and I'm not as focused on geographics. I don't think that that's quite, in my view, is important. We all, to quote a former select board member, we all live in 02186, and we're all neighbors, and we all have different views and perspectives. And just because you live in one area, it doesn't mean that your outreach is limited to that one area. Having friends and family members across town, different age groups. Many of these applicants have children who are high school age, college age, and so we are all concerned about the affordability and having the opportunity for our kids to come back and live in town. But we also have our parents in town. So we have to service many generations of people. The generations who have come before us are struggling now to stay in town, and but yet they want the best for their children and their grandchildren. So I think having multi-generational people in town is hugely important. So I'm not as focused on geographics.
But geographic is part of the charge
It
that was
says
passed by town meeting.
It says, what did, I read, because I looked at that.
Shall be a consideration.
Yeah, membership
Is what I-
shall be comprised by not more than 9 people. And shall also consider, so I considered it. I've done my duty, checked the box, I've considered it. And to me, personal experience and professional experience outweighs geographic location, and people can move. You know, I've lived in 5 different houses in Milton in my short term of being married for 25 years. So I move around town, and all these people have probably moved, and just because they're currently living somewhere, it doesn't mean they don't have the experience of living in a different location.
Maybe we could add more people.
The geographic distribution really is about that different parts of town are quite different from other parts of town. You know, the area around Belvoir, for example, is a lot different than Hillside. It's a lot different than East Milton. And having folks who, when I was campaigning also this year and was door knocking in many different precincts, the area in precinct 1, there were issues that were raised there that were a lot different than issues that were raised in other parts of town. And so I'm sticking to my guns on really suggesting that we have representation on the committee as geographically diverse as we can. And I think 3 people from any precinct is too many from that precinct. Whether it's 2, whether it's 6, whether it's 9 or something else, when we have other alternatives. And I think, whether folks have attended a lot of planning board meetings or run for office, they've all expressed an interest in being on this committee, which I think is of value. That means they understand what the value of the plan is, that they think they have something to offer. And, it's our job to bring together as a diverse group as possible too. Because then the committee will benefit from that. I mean, having the diverse opinions is very valuable. And so the people who are all in the same precinct will have their same daily experiences, but those will be different than people from other precincts. And it was one of the things that some members of the MPIC were very adamant about wanting to include, including Dick Burke, who's a member of the committee that's carrying forward into this one. In fact, he was very clear that he wanted that included in the article for town meeting. And so I just raise it because I do think it's really important.
Well, I was gonna say, unfortunately, the planning board didn't have a say in the makeup of this at all. So we were not included in that conversation because I would actually have loved to maybe added a couple more people because I feel like we do run into this, that if we could add, a few others, I don't disagree with you on that. But we're limited to a number of 9, which town meeting voted on, and this is what we're in certain background and professional experience is required. And that's what I'm trying to look at the charge, look at what the planning board has, the responsibility that we have. And I think, if there was more room, I would agree and add more, but I
It's not about
think,
having more room, because there was a suggestion that the committee be larger.
Okay.
It's harder to get a quorum for meetings, when you have a very large committee.
was the planning board ever asked that?
The people who were serving on the committee for many years, in fact, that committee's composition remained very consistent because the people who were on it continued to volunteer and there weren't new applicants for it each year either. And so it was something that committee that had served had discussed. And so I think it's a bit of a disservice to that committee that spent the many, at least once a month meeting for 10 years, to say that, their recommendations weren't well thought out. They should have, thought about it. So
I'm not saying that they weren't thought out, but
consulting with the planning board
that's,
before,
yeah,
making
that's not what I was
suggestions.
saying at all, that's not what I
But
was
that
saying at all.
was just about the numbers of people, that was all you're talking
No, I was talking about the
about. No, I'm
also
talking
the
about Meredith,
composition.
And the background, yeah,
We're limited to 9, but I understand the harm thing too.
and the professional experience.
But I don't know, for me, I hear you on the geography, but I don't think I would make a decision based on a candidate with geography being a higher priority than what I view as qualifications.
Right, so
because let me finish. You and I live about 800 yards from each other. So yeah, we're both living in precinct 9, we live very close to each other, but we bring different perspectives. So just because we live in the same precinct doesn't mean that we share the same points of view. So I don't know that it's great risk that we have 3 from anywhere. I worry less about having 3 people from my precinct. I think the qualifications, in my opinion, are more important than the rest of the others.
So Mark Christo and Lindsay Sands live about 2 doors down from one another, right? And they both spoke out pretty strongly against MBTA community zoning. So we're not getting diverse perspective and diverse geography with those 2 nominations.
They completely have different backgrounds and professional experience, I disagree, they couldn't be, more
They
separate.
I agree that they
Yeah.
do. But I would argue that someone who lives in P1's experience, and I hear what you're saying, Maggie, people can move, but someone's experience in P1 is totally different than people in P2 or P7. And I'm not trying to discount Lindsay or Mark, but I think we would be doing a disservice if we didn't try to include a diversity of opinions, whether it's MBTA or other, but also the daily experiences they have in town with the master plan of the future of the town. And so again, yes, Lindsay has a lawyer background in energy and Mark is a property owner. Those are diverse. But I would also argue that someone like Rob, who's got a young family, who's spoken out about these kinds of things and reached out to us proactively and lives in a different part of town, would bring a lot of benefit to this committee. I just think that we're missing a chance to be able to bring in that part of town to something that's meaningful, that has expressed a desire to be part of decisions made in town.
Appreciate that, yeah.
I kind of was disappointed to see that an elected member was appointed to this committee, because as an elected, we have our opportunity to, around the table, to, you know, frequently to voice our points of view. So,
Talking about Pete? He's the select
Rob
board.
Woodruff.
Oh,
So the other thing I sort of looked at was who are not town meeting members, who actually don't sit on boards, who might bring a different perspective. So Nancy is a town meeting member, Jackie Driscoll is a town meeting member. Lindsay is not a town meeting member, and Mark is not a town meeting member. So we're giving opportunity and we're giving voice to these two people who actually don't have an opportunity because they're not elected officials. So that to me, I found kind of interesting when I was like looking at all different perspectives. So that's why I had a hard time narrowing it down to 2, and I kind of settled on 4 candidates.
It's hard, I know.
Because it was very hard. And it is hard not to be chosen and appointed sometimes. My first go around volunteering for a committee was the Shade Tree Committee. And I wasn't picked. And, you know, I could argue that I was probably one of the most qualified people, and I wasn't. And I don't know, you kind of say, okay, I'm disappointed. I felt like I could have offered a lot, but I moved along. So, you know, I don't know, we all bring something different to the table and different perspectives, to your point, and I mean, we're just so lucky. I just feel like we're so lucky as a town that we have so many people willing to step up and who have such great backgrounds. And I feel badly that people aren't chosen, but I don't want them to feel badly for not being chosen. So I don't have the right answer.
well, I know it's
We do-
a
yeah, I was
I
gonna
feel
say,
like maybe we should just, we
Yeah,
should,
we're not gonna-
gonna.
or we should
It's
just
dark.
fill out,
Sun's
Way
not down in
past
Los
our-
Angeles.
well, I mean,
Hey,
why don't we
World
just,
Cup is just starting, right?
I know,
Yeah.
it's
Can we
I'm
just-
into it.
45 minutes into
Oh, sorry.
it.
yeah, can we just maybe take a piece of paper, we write down 2 names and we put it forward, and whoever gets the most votes, that's just what it is. And we don't-
That's probably gonna be the easiest way, and just give
And then we
it to
don't have
Liz
to, like,
and
I
let
don't
Liz
like getting
count.
talked about,
I know.
like
it was-
publicly, I
yeah.
feel badly, you
They're
know.
all, I mean,
You know, I just feel uncomfortable doing that. I do, because I know I don't like getting talked about.
Yeah.
So I don't know, then if we just write down 2 names and then,
does that sound good
Call
to
it a
everybody?
day.
And we'll just give it to Liz, who our 2
Sure.
top choices are. Does that sound good, Sean? Okay.
So how's this gonna work? The person that gets the most votes
the
gets
2 most votes around the
the
committee.
2 most votes are on the committee?
To make it easy for Liz, we put a name on a single piece of paper.
Yes.
Give her 2 pieces of paper.
Yeah.
That way she can just,
Yeah.
it is 10:45.
I know,
Yeah. Give 2, all right, 2 pieces,
Okay.
alright.
Isn't this what we used
Yeah.
to do?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, there's one. Is anyone else want one?
Chairman now.
And you don't have to read out,
And then you probably still will have to move to appoint them.
yeah, and you don't have to read out the,
Okay.
I don't think you need to, just read out the 2 names. I would think.
Do you have a hat made up then?
discussion did you anticipate on library tonight?
You know what, I feel like we discussed that so thoroughly with the select board. I felt like our discussion was a really good discussion with the select board on that. That we sort of gave them sort of what we were looking for and what our interests were.
The one thing I was thinking is, if we could communicate with the school committee or the school building committee and kind of just be kept abreast of what they're thinking, and what they're seeing, because if they're like seeing that there's real good viability or if they're getting questionable viability, I think it could influence how quickly we think about a different action on anything. So, you know, to the point of the questions about, you know, what's the plan B or what do we do, you know, when our offers due, like it seems to me like if there was any influence that could be had with Labouret or Curry about their timing, if they would postpone their, you know, their time that they're going to last accept offers, that would be the best. But even if they do, even if a school project moves forward, like the neighbors, wouldn't they want to know, like, if you're doing a pre-K kindergarten, like, is everybody being dropped off by their parents? And how many cars are those? Because right now that's distributed across 4 elementary schools, and now you'd be concentrating it in one place. And, you know, like I know, and Sean knows, if you try and go out of where I live on Canton Ave at 7:45 in the morning, good luck, because of all the cars going to the high school. So there are those kinds of things that should be talked about with the school, because Adams Street is the only way to get into that property. So even a school, I think we can start. I watched the tape of their discussion with the school you know, with the chair of the school committee and with the superintendent. And they talked about how far they are from really having much information. And how they only had funds for one scenario for their architect. So it's pre-KK, but that doesn't mean that they might not want to consider a different grade there. And if they need different grades, do they need fields? Do they need a playground? You know, what's the pickup drop off if it's pre-KK
Right.
versus grade 7 to 8? I just think that those are site planning issues that we should at least express to the school building committee. Like, those are things that should be considered and thought about and talked about with the neighborhood.
I agree, completely. And Liz, you know, you're in touch with Nick quite often. Maybe there's a way to, you know, I've been following the school committee meeting, you know, the building committee and the, some of the discussions around this. So, but we would like to, I think if we could be helpful in any way, we would like to do so. And have an understanding of where they are in that process. I'd like to, you know, the number one goal should be to secure the property and the site. Because I think once that happens, it would afford us time to have that process.
My concern about if you're gonna have to go to town meeting and to the town overall to secure a site, you need to have an idea what it's going to work for. Because it's going to cost a lot of money, if Sean's correct, that the minimum bid is $10 million. You know, $10 million is a lot of money, it's a lot to bond for an unknown. And I just think if I'm the town meeting member or the voter, I wanna make sure people have done the due diligence that if it's not gonna work for one use, that there's an opportunity to recoup that money or to have it go to something that the town knows what it's going to be. So
it's interesting, in my survey for the past 2 weeks, I've been doing about short-term rentals, I've been asking about Labouret. And the overwhelming consensus is we should buy it they're okay with not knowing what it is, only so we can control it. And if we realize that it doesn't work for the town of Milton in some way, then the town can then sell it and recoup their funds. But in the meantime, they're controlling what goes there. So I found that kind of interesting, because I know that people are not always quick to support spending more money, especially on an unknown, but I was really kind of surprised. It came down to control. And I think it was the timing of all the 40Bs going up and the sense of we haven't had control.
Right.
And so this just gives us the opportunity. So I found that interesting.
Yeah, there is risk.
Yeah.
Because if the town were to acquire it, and it for whatever reasons doesn't work out to contribute to the schools, any developer you're trying to sell it to knows that you only have one alternative, that's the seller.
Yeah.
And you could end up in a pretty challenging negotiation with whoever that is. It's just the reality of it. The developer might offer to buy it on his terms.
I thought it was interesting, I'm sorry, Sean, I think,
No, I'm done.
I thought it was interesting, I think it was Pete brought up at the select board about how should we be exploring a plan B? And I know you said that developers are developing the plan B, which I agree, right? There are a lot, I'm sure there are a lot of people that are burning oil to try to figure out how to make it work, but should the town, I think we should the town spend some time and effort to develop what plan B could be if it's not the school? Because to your point, if the school doesn't work out there, we wanna be able to say to the taxpayer and to the residents, there are viable options out there. We're not gonna be stuck with this, and like you said, the poor terms that could result of that if we don't do our homework now. I know there's not a lot of time, but it seemed to me like we'd be doing a disservice if we didn't, at least.
That whole process is hard though, it's not like we're a private enterprise, so we can just decide to hire
No.
an engineer, an architect, and
Yeah.
start, having them, sketch out schemes.
So what I said I told him we should have a charrette, we've got plenty of architects and engineers in town, we could figure out what could fit on there.
Architects love drawing stuff and spending other people's money, I just,
That
we
is,
would do really well at
Dell's,
that.
it's not mine, I wasn't gonna volunteer you guys, I had too much respect for you to do that, but no,
my-
That could be a fun little contest between the architects in town.
Competition.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Right,
design competition?
The charrette would be inclusive, you're doing it all together.
yeah.
So you're locking yourself in a room for a day and you're just kind of running through it. But, I mean, that's a thought, but in all seriousness, waiting, I think just leaves us open to the 40B risk. And that's, I know that I can sound like go gung ho on new development, but I am mindful of when you have a piece of property and the price is set as such and your zoning only allows such, that you have that risk. And until, I know people say we're close to 10%, but until those are occupied, even if we had only 10 units short, somebody could come in with 400 unit application and you can't say no to the application because you're not at that level. I just want people to understand it because I see it as a huge risk.
yeah, I agree with you, I if I were voting for what to do, I'd want to make the risk and acquire the land. Because I think that's the best interest of the town.
Agreed.
Even if it didn't work out, I think I'd rather take that chance.
But I really do think it is, even if the town does buy it and take that risk, I do think people need to be aware that there will be another kind of use that will need to go in there. And, we control that use, but are we gonna leave 5 million on the table and sell it for 5 million so 3 houses can be built there? Or, that's a discussion that people need to know that it has to happen.
Yeah, we could talk about this for a long time.
And hopefully it does work out.
One of the things, and I'll catch up with you outside of, we're gonna have for You were close to
I
that, by the
know.
way.
So-
It's really ambitious.
So wrong, I was
It's so ambitious.
very
But
optimistic.
this matter and when we ask about where are we at, every single time, no matter who answers, it's too general. For me, it's too general an answer. It's too arm wavy of an answer. My feeling
You
is,
mean like with the 10%?
yeah, we should know exactly where we are. And that should be updated weekly. And I think if we build an Excel matrix, it's gonna be easy to update it weekly. You know, the way I look at it is, there are a number of units that are defined as affordable housing units that they're not changing their status. Then you have those that have received a comprehensive permit. And then we have those that receive a comprehensive permit, have a building permit. Right, so we have these categories, and we should be able to understand how many do we have in total. And I know when there's expiring dates on, you know, permits, then the number changes, but given the risk that we're at and, you know, exactly what you're talking about, we should know, to a number. You know,
Yeah,
and
and
with the
we'll-
building department able to tell us every time he issues a building permit, we know when a building permit's issued, it's, yeah, there's some work involved in it, there is, but I've never heard anybody, you know, be able, cause I'm not, maybe there is some matrix out there, maybe somebody has one,
Cause that will have to go into the housing production plan.
Yeah, I think
So
we,
we'll have to have that.
that this is a really good topic for our meeting next month with the Housing Production Plan Advisory Committee, because
it's
because
number
I
one on my
just
list.
received it, yeah, I mean, I just received an updated SHI like a week ago. Right, so you can request them from the state, you know, and things will be changing potentially. But I agree, I think we should have a tighter understanding of what status, you know, what's the status of the various projects, are they falling off, are they coming on, are they falling off, like what's the time frame? I think a little bit of it is a little loosey goosey,
Sure it
like
is.
at the levels above us.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that's a good topic to try to, and use Karen Sonnenborg's expertise on that as well. Like, what's her recommendation? You know, the best way to track that and make sure we're staying right on top of that as best we can.
It is the guide for the housing production plan committee. We have to know where we're at. I mean, I couldn't imagine, how do you have that committee and not know where you are?
Well, I think Liz's point is that it's dependent upon the projects and whether they move forward or not, they get their building permits or
I do.
not, their constructions, right? So it changes. So from what I heard you say, Meredith, is that some of those units aren't gonna come online until spring of '28.
But even
So-
the matrix you put together, right, it's in a folder, and you identified the projects, and you identified what's completing on what date, right? So many of those already have permits, they'd be in their category, right, they have a building permit.
So when the comprehensive permit, this is my understanding, when the comprehensive permit gets issued, those can get added to the subsidized housing inventory. But if they don't get under construction within a certain time period, then they fall back off.
Right, I think if the building permit isn't issued 1 year, I think it's 1 year from the comprehensive
That
It is,
sounds
yeah.
right.
So if it's
Yeah.
not issued within 1 year, then it falls off, it's no
Correct.
longer a countable unit.
Like 582 Boonville Ave came on and then fell off.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be difficult for us to track that, you know, we know the date when it expires, and then all of a sudden the number changes, right? So
Right.
it could be changing daily, but it certainly could be changing weekly and monthly.
Quarterly, anyway.
It's important.
Right. You guys want your numbers? So the top votes were for Lindsay Sands and Mark Christo. So do you need to make a motion
Alright.
to appoint them, right?
Yes. Can I have a motion to appoint Lindsay Sands and Mark Christo to the master plan committee?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm gonna abstain.
Abstain. Okay.
I'm gonna say again, I'm totally against putting 3 people in precinct 2. And I already have a message from someone from precinct 1 who's not happy. And that's not the person who's the candidate.
Yeah.
So
It's
This
because
board
we
is
can
not-
make everybody happy.
is not, well, this board is
know.
not living up to what it says its priorities are, okay? I'm going to say it.
Alright, so with that, a motion to adjourn,
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.